T-minus 30 seconds. T-minus 20 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
You are now tapped into the coolest reptile podcast in the world. I'm your boy, MJ. What is good? If this is your first time tapping in, do your boy a favor. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Hit that notification bell. That way you're on top of every single podcast I drop here on the Trap Talk with MJ podcast YouTube channel, especially if you're new into the reptile game, been in the reptile game, love the reptile game. All that fucking shit matters at this channel, okay? So you're in the right spot. I want to say shout out to all my recurring subscribers. I salute you. Shout out to all the early birds. I see you guys there. I'll get to you guys in just a second. I do want to say this episode is brought to you by the one and only freshest and bestest rodents delivered to your doorstep. Cold-Blooded Cafe. $30 flat rate shipping to your doorstep. Day one pinks, mammoth rats. God damn, I've been a loyal Cold-Blooded Cafe fucking family member for a minute. I got to say thank you to Cold-Blooded Cafe. Thank you to Desiree Manat. Thank you to Steven, my guest for tonight. And thank you to the entire Cold-Blooded Cafe team for getting us these rodents. And really, I want to say thank you out there if you fuck with Cold-Blooded Cafe. If you're one of those diehard Cold-Blooded Cafe customers like myself, shout out to you. And again, shout to the sponsors, Cold-Blooded Cafe. Now, listen, guys, if you want to get tapped into exclusive content, if you also want to get, for instance, I got shit that's called like the Soundcheck Chronicles, right? All this exclusive content's only available on my Patreon page. So if you want to join my Patreon family, go down to the link below and click on that link, become a part of the Patreon family. Once you join the Patreon family, you get a link to the Discord. The Discord basically taps you in with over 110 plus trappers, all about our business. Okay, so come join the family. It even supports me do this more because this is my full-time gig, and I'm very passionate about it. So any love and support, it doesn't matter, man. First off, shout out to my Patreon members. I love you guys so much. You guys are my heart. Big motivation all day, every day. I fuck with you guys tough. And I really work my ass off to make sure my Patreon members get the content they deserve. But I just want to say any viewer, any kind of, love that you show me on this channel by watching, I got to say thank you so much. You're basically spending your life with me, and I appreciate it. Okay, so let's go ahead and have fun, and let's fucking kill this shit together because that's what it's all about. And I just want to say who the fuck, oh yeah. Other things that you could follow me on real quick. Shameless plugs. I gotta get better at this. I have a YouTube channel called The Snake Trap Session Vlogs. I travel once a month. I do remote podcasts. Okay, I pick one badass reptile keeper a month, go to their spot, do vlogs, and I do a podcast in person. Okay, if you want to be on top of the vlogs and if you want to see what I have going on with my own collection, then go to the Snake Trap Session Vlogs YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Snake Trap Session Vlogs YouTube channel. I'm almost at 1,000 subscribers. Thank you so much. That's awesome. I'm going to be coming out with some heavy content, and I'm already coming out with one vlog a week. I'm going to be pushing 2 here soon. So if you go and subscribe, it's going to motivate me to go ahead and put out 2 vlogs a week. But I got to say, please subscribe to that. And then also, if you want to catch past guests that I had on, I have another YouTube channel called Trap Talk Clips, okay, where it's just basically past guests talking about the most hottest topics of the whole entire interview. Right there clipped out for you, okay, on those YouTube channels. So follow me on those, subscribe to those. I appreciate it. Also, I want to say, don't forget to subscribe, rate, and review on all the audio platforms, Apple Podcast, Google Play. There's also, Buzzsprouts, you name it, man. Spotify, iHeartRadio. I'm on all the major audio platforms. So if you listen to me on those platforms, shout out to you. Respect. Thank you so much. I know a lot of people aren't YouTube people, but they love the audio. Audio numbers are cracking. Let's just say that. I got to say thank you so much. Don't forget to rate and review me on the audio platforms. And yeah, follow me on Instagram as well. MJ Exotics Cartel with an A, not an E. I post a lot of my productions on IG, and also follow the Podcast's Instagram page as well. Trap Talk with MJ Podcast. Okay, there's all my plugs. You happy? Who's here? Who's ready to rock and roll? I have not had a fucking one-on-one with Stephen Kush in a long time. You understand? Stephen goes back to unfiltered days. OG shit. It's about to go down tonight. I hope you guys are fucking ready because I am. Who's here? Of course, big OG Patreon member, 1776 Exotics. Mike in the building. Trap Talk Patreon member, the first Patreon member in the building. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate you so much. Runyon, Reptiles, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Burning Heart Exotics, Trap Talk Patreon member, man. I hope the move went smoothly. Appreciate your support. Deviant, Glass, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Yeah, Scrubs, baby. Living Oddities, the homie Patrick Rose, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Spectro _7, what is good? Jake Hole, what is good? Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Wise Guy, what is good? Burn ZB. I feel like I want to burn ZB too. I want to smoke. Let's do it. Let's see. Oof. Shout out to the Focus Cube Habitats, the sponsor. I appreciate you so much. Stephen and Ashley. Shout out to Sean Perry over at Sound Serpents. What is good? Shout out to House of Hiss. Oh, by the way, Sean Perry, hella Trap Talk Patreon member. House of Hiss, hella Trap Talk Patreon member. I appreciate you guys so much. Jason, motherfucking Barber J in the building. Now I know we got the old school vibes. We've got the homie Barber J in the building. Can't wait to tap in with you next month, player. Appreciate you. Trap Talk Team Zoo Dreams, bro. This is family all day, every day. I love you, Jay. Can't wait to see you. Josh, what is good? Trap Talk Patreon member all day. Brian Bodie, what is good? Thanks for tapping in, Brian. Cruz, family constrictor Diego's. Fucking dude, my little protege right here, man. This guy lives in Oceanside, which isn't too far from me. He just cruised down to the trap, had a little meet and greet. Fucking, he actually did the chores in the podcast room. Monitored, may I remind you, supervised, but he killed it. Thank you so much. He didn't kill anything, but killed the job, doing a good job. So listen, homie Diego, can't wait to work with you more. Thanks for your support. Josh, what is cracking? Scale fins and feathers. How those Persina babies doing? Just had some Persina eggs hatched. It was awesome. Also, Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Jacob, Letter Better Fetter, what is good? Civil Serpents just sold a 20K snake at a show like it was nothing. God damn, what a time. Shout out to my boy Jacob. Trap Talk Patreon member, team management all day, every day. GSJ Chondros definitely has some fire-ass chondros based out of Texas. Go fuck with my boy. Derek Pides, what's up, D? Thanks for tapping in. Trap Talk Patreon member all day, every day. Wilcox Reptiles, Trap Talk Patreon member. The homie Dom, 72 Serpents, Las Vegas in the building. It's my boy right here. Go fuck with my boy Dom. Definitely a hitter right here. He definitely got some sick shit in the works. Go fuck with my boy Dom. Sam Fisher. What up, Sam Fisher? Love the name. O'Malley's Morphs. What is good? Trap Talk Patreon member. OG family all day, every day. Matthew Summers. Where do I start? Matthew, are you going to hyphen? I'm going to go in. Are you going to hyphenize Matt Summers? I'm not going to say it. You know what I'm going to say, motherfucker. Just hyphenize. Put your lady's name in your name already. You just got to do it. I don't give a fuck. My man's happy. Leave him alone. Am I talking to myself? Leave my boy Matthew Summers alone. He's happy. I love him. MKB Reptiles. What is good? I'm just going to end it with Matthew Summers. I'm sorry, bro. Matthew Summers, I love you so much. That's my boy. Trap Talk Patreon member. Trap Talk Management. Trap Talk fucking family member from Slipknot concert. Trap Talk Management. Travel team. All that shit. That's my boy Matthew Summers. Subscribe to his YouTube channel. Go to his Instagram. That's my fucking boy. I love you, Matt. Woo! Who's ready? I'm fucking ready. Listen, I'm excited. I've had Steven on plenty of episodes before, right? But when it's just me and Steven, it's different. I'm telling you right now, it is diffy. Nobody here, no one here to fuck up any kind of flow. Not that Andrew, I'm just kidding, or anyone else fucks up a flow, but I'm just saying, it's about to go down. I hope you guys are ready to buckle up because you got to understand this guy right here has been bred and groomed by a company who's one of the leading industries, Cold Blood Cafe, okay? And then also on the private sector, reptile keeping, Reptek, one of the nicest collections in the United States and not the world. This last 5 years or so, it's been this guy's life, okay? So there's a lot to fucking discuss. There's a lot that he's seen and been quiet about, but he's ready. I hope you're ready. Buckle the fuck up. Here we have Trap Talk episode 238, motherfuckers. Stephen Kush coming at you. Gee!
Good.
You ready for do more in the future? Trap Talk podcasts?
Yes.
Man.
Only Trap Talk. Exclusive.
Yes.
Exclusive. Oh.
So stop calling us.
Rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the crop, gotta love it or not. I'm hot from the hop to the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with the rub the spot, get the club to pop. When I come up with
Wise man once said, "You ain't a real reptile keeper unless you drink out of a deli cup." There it is. Stephen Kush, what's up, baby? There he is, my bubs.
Evening.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing all right, man. How you doing?
Man, I'm doing, just another episode, but yet here we go. Me and you this time, Bubba. It's just literally our second round, with just you and I. This is well overdue.
Yep.
First and foremost, Stephen Kush, how's everything been? Listen, a lot of people, if it's one thing, I'm gonna take these off. I was gonna try to put these on, but it's not gonna happen. Dude, if I can't help it, man, people like yourself, Desiree, Miguel, the ones who a lot of people want to know how they're doing, and they're not telling people. You're one of those. I have people always asking me, what's up with Steven? How's Steven doing? What's going on with Reptek? What's going on with Cold Blooded Cafe? So before we even kind of get into any meat and potatoes, how's everything going for Stephen Kush and the Reptiles?
Everything's going. Busy as hell around here constantly. I mean, I feel like, we always say that it's always true. Not now more than ever. At the moment, the collection is about as big as it's ever been with babies and stuff, and at this point, it's me and Des doing all the reptiles, and it's a hell of a time.
I mean, if it's one thing I've always realized, knowing about your environment, meaning Cold Blooded Cafe and Reptek, it's just nonstop, and it's been that way since Force obviously was around. You walking into that situation was nonstop. So I'm curious. Obviously there's levels of just putting in the work, but is it like manageable is what I'm curious at this point, because obviously there's volume. And I'm curious, is volume even exceeded from what it was during COVID at this point? I mean, where are we at as far as the volume of things? I'm just curious.
I mean, are we talking rodents, reptiles, both?
I'm sorry, cool. I'm talking rodents right now. I'm sorry, I'm talking about the rodents.
It's evened out. So COVID, as the entire industry saw, you lock people in their houses and they have nothing to do. They find something to do, and a lot of people turn to keeping reptiles. Every facet of the industry exploded. And then kind of around the same time when everything else crashed, the reptile industry kind of plateaued. And it's been, I feel like, across the board plateaued for a little while. But with that said, we've still been doing just fine. No complaints. Where fall time is always kind of the busiest time of the year, so we're ramping up right now, and should be a good next few months. Of course, we always have our big Black Friday sale every year that we're already kind of gearing up for. We got Tinley Park coming up in a few weeks, so there's a lot on the agenda. A lot.
Is there any bit of the year where it's like it kind of chills out for you guys at all? Like, what would you say that time of the year is, if there is?
Summertime.
Okay. Wow.
Mid-summertime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Now, obviously, with the growth of Cold Blooded Cafe, and I want to say, obviously, shout out to the whole team. I mean, dude, I don't know if I'm just that lucky, but I get at least one big order from you guys a month. And I could count on one hand how many times boxes did not make it to my, and I'm talking about through COVID, through everything. How is really managing that? I'm just curious, because you really can't help certain things with UPS.
Yeah.
But like, has missing packages or delayed packages increased over the time? I know during COVID it was an issue, but like, has it gotten worse or has it gotten better?
Yeah. Right now we're about the worst it's ever been. The last, so what we heard was that a majority across the board and all of UPS of their kind of more senior employees that have built up a lot of vacation time took it all together, basically, during like July and August. So UPS was down a certain portion of their staff, and their best staff members nonetheless, for the last like month and a half, 2 months. And
wow,
I don't know how. With a company like UPS, you'd think they could do better, but apparently they can't do better. So yeah, I mean, there were some weeks where it's like, man, if it was like this every week, we might not be able to do this anymore. As far as the amount of refunds we had to do and lost packages, and it was miserable, totally miserable. So it's getting a little better, but it's bad. And the worst part is when, you know, we have angry customers in the email blaming us for the issue, and you know, we're already as stressed out as we can be about it, and kind of add insult to injury. But we always take care of everybody in the situation. But we would just hope UPS would be able to get their shit together, so to speak. So
yeah, I just hope people.
Last few weeks have been recovering, but for a while there, it was really, really bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of people out there should just understand, especially a company like Cold-Blooded Cafe, to where, first off, if there's an issue with their package, you know, if it's one thing that some people, I don't get it quite much, but I'll have some people have an issue with their package, and they'll come to me, and I'm like, what the fuck? I'm not Cold-Blooded Cafe. Go straight to Cold-Blooded Cafe. They will take care of it. Like, they don't have that. They're a goddamn professional company for a reason. But you know, also, I just feel like there's certain things in that industry that you really can't control when it comes to the shipping part of things.
I mean, once the driver picks up the box,
it's out of your hands, obviously.
Literally, and we can do nothing about it other than hope and, you know, use our contacts when the time comes. But I mean, I've walked out of a building and I've seen drivers taking the boxes and heaving them onto the truck, like in front of us.
Yeah.
You know, we handle the packages one way, but they don't care at all. I mean, and I say that generally. There are employees at these shipping companies, these massive, you know, corporate monsters, that for every good employee, there might be one terrible employee. And these people don't care about anything except for what's on that pay stub at the end of the week. And sometimes we fucking feel the consequences of it. And honestly, it seems to be like a local thing. We have some customers that will routinely be like, you know, we'll 2-3 orders in a row. We'll keep replacing the product, and every time it gets messed up. If you really haven't had any issues from what you told me, at least for a while, your UPS locally probably is pretty good and on top of what they're doing. And that's, you know, that's just kind of like a regional city to city kind of thing.
I want to say, bro, it's worldwide, and not worldwide, but countrywide, because, you know, obviously, you know, I travel, Steven, so I've been paying attention just recently too. There's people taking on jobs that you could tell they've never had this job ever in their life. And because of the company being understaffed or whatever situation, they're just getting these jobs. So the quality of employers, not that they're either bad people, but just their experience is not there. So, and that's like in every profession, I feel like restaurant industry, retail, fucking shipping, like, you know what I mean? So I think it's going to be a while, man. We're going to be going through some, because somebody said this a while ago, that like around this time going into 2023, everything that COVID did to us, as far as all the money that was forked out for government pay, all that shit, it's about to fucking hit us really hard. Like this country is going to get hit hard with something. And I don't want to, you know, I'm not into politics, so I don't want to talk too much on it, but I just know that just seeing the way how certain businesses are struggling, keeping staff and other shit, it's scary, bro. Like, it's like, I don't know what's about to come, but I'm pretty scared. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's been that way for a while. You know, not to get political, but I mean, I saw a direct correlation when Biden went into office. Everything started going downhill as far as from running a business. Purely from the standpoint.
Fucking Stevie Wonder could see that shit. I mean, like, even if you're very like pro fucking Democrat and you hated Trump, I get it. You know, right now shit is bad, and I feel like no one's even disputing that right now at this point. They're just like, they know.
No, and you know, Trump set the next guy up to look like a jackass too. But
it's true.
it happened either way, and no matter the inner workings and the bureaucracy, the small businesses are suffering, as a result. I mean, there was a period of time about a year ago, you couldn't hire anybody. You couldn't, especially a small business competing in a market. Indianapolis is one of these markets that has exploded in COVID because everyone from Illinois and from Michigan and some of the more dense cities, they're like, especially Illinois, I'm out of here. I'm going to Indianapolis. I'm going to South Bend, Indiana. I'm going to Ohio. Like they're getting out of here. So as a whole industry in this city has picked up big time. I mean, probably most of the people who are watching here either ship or receive reptiles with FedEx. Indianapolis has one of the two main FedEx hubs in the country. So FedEx has a massive presence here. Amazon now has a massive presence here. UPS has a big presence. These huge companies, and they have the budget to sign people on to starting positions at $20+ an hour with no experience. And as a smaller time employer in a market where your margins have already gone down because of price of goods and labor, et cetera, you just can't compete with them. So it's been a tough couple of years relative to COVID. COVID was incredible, but that was, the writing was on the wall. For that first year, the correction had to happen, and then it did, and here we are. So
just like anyone else that could have a job that they rely on, shit can hit the fan and they can lose that job. So basically, same shit with Cold Blooded Cafe. We were just saying refunds could get so bad potentially where this business might not make sense, right? Is what we're saying. We're not near that. I'm just saying like that.
No, in theory, and I had seen a different feeder company that I'm not going to name their names, but it was I more than probably most people had extreme sympathy. They were a company that used FedEx, and they said that there was a period of time. This was a while back where they were having about a 50% failure rate on their packages.
God damn.
And that their local dry ice supplier had dried up, and they were having to make 14-something hour round trips every week themselves to pick up dry ice just to ship, and then had to refund half of their customers every single week. And
Jesus,
I couldn't imagine, but I also have we have a snippet of their pain with what we've been going through. And we're lucky that, if their failure rate was that, maybe ours is 15%, which is still miserably high. But I guess, it puts stuff in perspective. Anything could always be worse, I guess. We're very lucky that we are still in the position that we're in, that we, are able to supply all of our customers routinely with the product. We're never really sold out of anything for extended period of time. We're able to stay competitive, and so all the negatives aside, I can't sit up here and complain, but it just is, it is the case that in the last little bit of time, shipping has gotten really bad. I mean, a couple weeks ago, I shipped 6 packages with FedEx in a week for reptiles, and every last one got delayed. One got delayed 3 days. That's why you ship on Tuesdays only.
And that's why you ship like a fucking G. If you need a chiroprac, you put a chiroprac. If you need, I feel like, here's the thing, bro. I think a lot of animals that die DOA from a delayed shipping is because they were shipped like shit, to be honest.
Either shipped like shit, or idiot at the hub puts it on a generator, in the sun, something stupid. I guess one thing that I would say for anybody who doesn't already do this, we primarily use Ship Your Reptiles. but I believe that all the shipping companies will do this. You get a hold of their reps with delayed packages or whatever. They get directly in touch with FedEx, and these people they're on FedEx's ass. And if there's a shipment that is going to be delayed overnight, I'm like, is it in an office? Is it confirm that this is in a climate controlled area? So if you pack that box right, theoretically you should be good. If you get that in an area that is in the low 70s, you should be, generally speaking, you should be okay. Matt Summers is the only box that actually, well, yours was delayed a little bit, but only a couple hours. But still, it was stressful.
Thanks, Matt. Is that Matt? I'm just kidding. I love you, Matt.
Oh shit.
Now listen, I was gonna say, if it's what was I gonna say? Okay, I was gonna say something that related to the shipping topic, but no. Listen, I think a lot of people are pretty well known as far as people who do business with Cold Blooded Cafe knows that Cold Blooded Cafe is up and running business wise. What a lot of people I feel like want questions about is what's happening with Reptek. Because Reptek, for the most part, yeah, you guys had some stuff available. You come randomly out with a availability list, but production-wise has always been something that is held back for the most part. So I think a lot of people want to know when is Reptek going to start selling their own produced animals, whether if it's we've always been selling ball pythons, but I'm talking about the scrubs. People want to know what the fuck is happening with the scrub python. Steven, tell us, please. Go ahead. Where are you going? Where's he going? Uh-oh. If we get Carl this early in the podcast, I don't know. I'm not going to know how to handle this. I mean, I'm just saying, not scripted. Not sure where he went. I could see him in the mirror reflection, though. He's coming. Woo! Okay. I assume this is one of the freshly hatchlings to come out of clutch number 3.
So this is actually, I started off at the top. This is the first baby from this year. So
that's the first baby this year? Wow, yeah, she already looks kind of big, to be honest.
A couple of them in the first clutch, they came out bigger than I remember the last babies. But we got very lucky this year. And I guess for the first time, I'll talk about it, but we produced 3 clutches of barneck scrub pythons, all from completely unrelated bloodlines.
Damn.
So I couldn't be more thrilled with how it all went. We have a total of 21 babies from this year over the 3 clutches. And this is one of them right here.
Well done, Steven. Well done. I mean, can we really just kind of get to the full results of this year? I mean, you had opportunities to hit other clutches, right? I mean, or what's going on?
Yeah.
I want to know really as far as what all did you put together pairing-wise this year? What all were you going for this year?
I mean, we had a bunch of scrub pythons together. We acquired a collection in September, or part of a collection in September of last year, and
one of 3. Sorry.
And but many of those animals were adults that kind of we sent right into the breeding process. 2, in fact, laid good clutches. We had 2 other scrub python clutches that did not go as planned. The first one was a big southern female, who she actually went egg bound, and we had to get the egg surgically removed from her. We still have her. She's doing well. She's recovering slowly, but we lost the clutch. For me, it was at this point I just don't want to lose the snake. So that was that was the first clutch of the year too. So not off to a great start. But then followed by 3 good successful clutches back to back to back. And we ended the year on on one of my most heartbreaking moments in my time in reptiles. But
Lily says hi, by the way. Lily says
hi,
hi.
Lily. But we had our big about 12-foot female Moluccan scrub go all the way through the process and to dump 25 slugs on us. So yeah, the next day I was like, all right, I'm glad that we got as far as we did, but that day
that one hurt.
I was mad. I was pissed off. I'm not gonna lie about my feelings on that day. That was actually my birthday as well, so I got a big pile of slugs for my birthday. That was beautiful.
Happy 22nd. Wait, 22nd, right?
Yes.
See, bro, it only gets worse from here, just so you know.
From what I've heard. So here's 22.
Listen, I want to talk more. If it's one thing I have not dealt with, and I know it's about to happen because it's a part of breeding, egg bound, right? So a snake that goes egg bound, I'm curious how you walked through this process to the point where you knew you had to get this snake to a vet. So in case anyone out there who has to go through this themselves, let's kind of talk about how, obviously she laid something, or can we talk about how that went down?
So she actually, you made me remember. She pushed out a slug. Oh man, wait, holy crap. She pushed out a slug, I believe, on day 28 after her pre-lay shed. So, and stopped. Sometimes, colubrids will do this more, I feel like, than pythons. But sometimes if there's a bad egg in front of the good eggs, the mom will push that egg out first, reposition herself, and in a couple days, lay the rest of her clutch. I was hoping at that point that that's what was going on. But for me at least, I can tell. This is the first time I've had to deal with an egg-bound snake, but I've had snakes in the past that I've been worried about how long after their due date they were pushing. Generally speaking, dystocia or egg binding will come with this visual lumpiness. You know that something's wrong. Like a big gravid snake will have that protruding spine. She just looks really fat, but she looks solid. Like there's still moisture in there. You don't necessarily see egg pinch. You just kind of see this big swollen snake.
Hey, I'm gonna hit the pause button. Pause. Okay, real quick, guys. You know how I could tell the future, right? I could see that whoever doesn't hit the fucking like button is gonna have to go through an egg bound situation soon. I'm just saying. So if you're one of those people and you decide not to hit the like button, you're probably gonna have to go through this really soon. It's just something I feel, and most likely you're gonna get delayed shipment in FedEx too. So get the likes up if you don't want that to happen to you. Continue, please.
Okay.
Faggots.
So the one of the biggest signs, obviously, other than laying, stopping, going past her due date, was you could visually just see the egg masses inside her and like the rest of her body kind of shriveling around them. A lot of the time you can soak a female, kind of get everything moving. Sometimes you can do a cortisone shot, obviously with the guidance of a veterinarian, but the inverse effect of that potentially is that if the eggs are adhered to the oviduct because of a calcification problem or whatever, hydration problem, and you induce labor, you can damage the oviduct by inducing labor and forcing her to pass those eggs. There's other things that a vet can walk you through. Palpating eggs is oftentimes getting into that dangerous category too, where you try to force them out of the female. We did a couple things preventatively. You can do what was it? Some I don't remember the exact term, but some sort of enema of some, like shooting some sort of lubricant up into the oviduct to try to get everything moving. But at a certain point, you got to think about the female's life and realize that you're just going to sacrifice the clutch. So we had surgery scheduled and got her in. They gave her some vitamins, some fluids that started moving things a little bit. And the doctor got to the point where he felt comfortable to make a small incision to kind of progressively pass each egg through to where it wasn't some big gash up the middle, and her incision's only a few inches. And by the placement of it, she might not necessarily have to be retired as a breeder, even though I'm going to be pretty hesitant before doing it again. I'm just happy that she made it. So,
I mean, from what I've heard from any snake that has to go through a surgical egg-bound removal type situation, they don't breed after that. I mean, so,
yeah, it's unlikely. So
Yeah.
I'm not. If she cycles on her own, I'll see where everything's at, and I might try it again. But other than that, I'm basically treating her as a retired breeder. But I know that she has the potential to possibly breed in the future.
now, with the odds of that happening in the future, which obviously you can't predict how that happens, right? But I mean, any thought process on how she went egg bound by chance? I mean, was it the age you feel like? Was it the weight? Or do you feel like it's just the luck of the draw?
I think it's hard to say anything other than luck of the draw. One thing that was interesting about her cycle was, and this is mostly on me, I didn't realize that for the longest time, this male that I had with her, sold to me as a male by a reputable source, was in fact not a male. So she wasn't having any copulation, she wasn't being bred, but she was still cycling. She had massive follicles. And I put a male in with her, an actual real male, and they locked immediately. This very, like one of those locks where it's like, holy shit, look at these snakes. They're all, and they're both big. The male's like 12 feet, the female's
They're boning.
Yeah, he's like, oh damn, all right, I'm gonna leave you two alone.
Aggressive.
And she ovulated like days later. So I think I may have just caught it way too late.
Yes, dude. Check this out. Shout out to Socrates. Socrates was somebody to where, like, obviously we see a chondro ovulate. Who's not going to be happy? Well, if you're Socrates and you know what the fuck's happening, you won't be happy. And he showed me White Diamond's ovulation, I think from last year. And he's like, yeah, White Diamond ovulated. And I was like, fuck yeah. He's like, dude, she's going to slug out. I'm like, what? I was like, why would you even put that energy into that? Like, what do you mean? And he was like, well, first off, he's like, I paired her when she was already at like 20 millimeter follicles or 18. Basically, there were two developed, right? And then on top of that, the ovulation wasn't that big. Like, it wasn't a huge ovulation. I don't know if that was your case either, but either way, I know the timing is very crucial. I mean, being too late is not a good thing. It could happen. Like, here's the thing. My clutch last year with Mimi, she not just last one, but the one before, she was locked once and then she ovulated. You know what I mean? And obviously most of those eggs didn't make it, but I'm curious if that was the same situation with you.
Could be. Could very well be. I mean, it's generally speaking, especially like with some of the species like ball pythons, that there's more of a routine and a formula of how to breed them. A lot of people will tell you, and I experience this myself, of copulation kind of spurring follicular development. So
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thanks, Calvin.
Dude, why is he always trying to be like me? Like, first off, that's my thing. I wish Steven happy birthday when it's not his birthday. So Calvin, get off my bumper. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
That's Calvin. I love Calvin Garcia. He's just somebody I love to pick on because he's taller than me. There, I said it. Anyways, happy birthday, Steven. Drop a super chat for Steven Kush. Come on, let's go. It's his birthday. Anyways, continue. I don't know. We weren't really going into anything, I think, because I think we.
So yeah, I mean, so maybe that might be what it is. But
okay. All right. So listen, as far as currently right now, you're 3 clutches locked in 2022. That's going to be it for the year. There's nothing that could else possibly drop for you this year or anything like that.
Scrub python wise, no. No, now we're just looking into the next year. But this will be a big one. We have 20 females that we're breeding this year. So
All right, so availability possibilities with these 20 plus female, or excuse me, not 20, the 20 hatchlings. How many hatchlings altogether did you get this year?
21.
21 hatchlings. Okay, so theoretically, what are going to be the chances of those being available, or are we looking at another fucking holdback season this year?
No,
What's
I
going on?
mean, there will absolutely be available animals from these clutches. And for the simple fact of we just can't keep this many. This puts us like over 60 bar necks. What are we gonna do with 60 adult bar necks? So it's definitely time to spread the love with the baby scrubs. It'll be a little bit of time. We're gonna wait for them to change, pick out holdbacks. So I would say give it like 6 months. That's about when the first clutch really they don't fully change, but you start to see their final coloration. None of them have even shed yet. So, I can't even slightly begin to start guessing with these. We're not in a rush, but it will happen. We will definitely have babies available at some point.
I might be getting ahead of myself with this question, but too bad. Price differences from what you can see right now between the more patternless scrubs versus the barred out bar neck scrubs. You know what I mean? So my thing, because homie AA just had a clutch, right? And his shit looked a lot similar to your first clutch, super barred out. Obviously those are going to go for more than the patternless, you would say, or am I wrong?
I don't know about that. I think, I don't think there's really anything indicating. I mean, you can obviously look at I can pull some bar necks out in this room that I'm like, this is a more average, typical bar neck, and then this is one of the 10 best. But in that 10 best category, there will be some that are heavily banded, high contrast, and then I'll pull the sire out to the second clutch, which I think is one of the best, and he has no melanin on his body past the 2 bars on his neck. So I think it's subjective. If you ask Patrick, his favorite look is that muted, patternless look. So I don't think there's going to be.
Patrick also does fucking poses for yoga on in photos. So Patrick's just a different individual. Okay, so he likes the stuff that a lot of other people don't like. And not that a lot of people don't like half naked pictures of men doing yoga. Anyways, continue.
Anyway, so but if your preference is the highly banded, somebody else's might be the more patternless. So we'll see.
Now, how would you determine that based off sales, obviously, right? So if you have bar necks that are selling off the shelves and the patternless not doing as well, then you would look at that as a price adjustment at some point, right?
Sure.
I'm just curious on how that works.
Yeah, it's just adjusting to how the market reacts. But in all of the, we haven't sold too many scrubs in total, but I can say we've sold one that has like a reduced patterned appearance, and it was an import that we'd had for a while. So from our clutch last year, or 2 years ago, I should say, there's only really one baby that has that for the majority of its body, and I think it's probably in the top 3 nicest babies out of the clutch. So hard to say.
Now, since you're on your 3rd clutch of this year, is that going to be your 5th overall under your belt, or your 4th overall under your belt?
So clutches that we got babies from, that'll be 4. Overall clutches, that puts us at 7.
Okay. So with that being said, how can you really elaborate establishment for these babies? I mean, if you could relate them to any other species like ticks, ball pythons, green trees, what is it like getting these things started on food?
So I don't want to jinx myself. I'll speak on the first clutch. I would say a little bit more difficult than ball pythons, but I didn't really have many problems with them.
You went live right off the bat, like live hoppers. What'd you do?
Either like live fuzzies or live like 1 day or 2 day old pinky rats.
So you went straight rats.
I did both. I think I started off on fuzzy mice, and if they didn't eat the fuzzy mice, I just went right to the pinky rat.
A source that we both think is credible in the reptile game said that the Moluccans are basically like the Moluccans are basically the dwarf species of the scrubs. And I'm not too sure what he meant by that. And I wanted to talk to you about that. And he meant that like as far as the diet, like a lot of people fuck them up by feeding them too heavy and stuff like that. And that the diet should be considered something very important when it comes to getting Moluccans started and whatnot. So I wanted to talk to you about that a little bit. By the way, it was Casper.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I respect Casper. I'll start off by saying that, and he's very knowledgeable. Calling Moluccans a dwarf scrub python, so to speak. I mean, just from the animals that we have, it's just not true. 2 of the biggest scrub pythons we have are Moluccans. I will say though, those 2 animals we did not acquire, they were definitely overfed in their previous care. So I'll give you that much. But I mean, to kind of go to Casper's point, the female that laid the clutch this year, she's 12 feet long, and she's completely slugged out. A big adult female. And could that have been bad luck? Could that have been bad timing? A heating issue, or the animal being too big? It's hard to say, but it happened. We have another female that's about 8.5 to 9 feet long, about 9. And to me, that's like the ideal adult size for a female. We have another male who I think his body condition is about perfect for his size. He's 10 foot. And I wouldn't want him to be any smaller than he is. So, but then as far as getting them started goes, I guess I need to hear more about what he has to say about them, because for the Moluccans I've raised, I've treated them the same as any other scrub, and they've done just fine. Obviously, I haven't bred them, so I can only speak on them to a certain degree.
So will you go with me to fucking Amsterdam to go talk to him in person and have a podcast and get this shit settled, please?
You don't ask me twice.
The Netherlands calling our names. Let's do it. Scrub Conversation Global would be sick. You gotta understand. Because listen, at the end of the day, Casper, highly respected by Forrest. I only know about Casper because of Forrest. But then everything after that, everything I started falling in love with, I found out this guy knows so much about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So Casper is really tapped in with this shit, man.
I'm going to put this snake back in its tub real quick.
Yeah, please do. I'm going to smoke. And if you're just now tapping in, what is good? We are just getting started. Things are about to get hot right now, like this dab. So hit that like button for my boy Steven. Smoke if you got it. Get your mind right. We're about to dive deep. Thank you so much for being here.
One thing I will say about Casper, something that I've always admired about him, is that he's always been somebody who has had a smaller collection, very kind of defined as far as his purpose with it, and then he's always like pushing the envelope on care and on breeding strategies and on just the knowledge of the animals. So, be it the Bolins, Populins, Clastos, the Alvarezi, Beatids, Basins. All animals that I'm personally fond of, so I'm a bit biased in that. But the mindset is probably the thing that I respect the most about it. And I think that more people should put the kind of thought into what they do that Casper puts into what he does.
I feel like you're the same way for sure. That's why I wanted to ask you this, because you're not somebody to have any kind of results and not document it somehow. You're a very documented individual. Like there was a notebook you showed me from when you're 14 or something like that. So I know that's how you are too. That's why I feel, whatever Casper thinks, and you think, and if especially it's different on different ends, it definitely should be talked about. It's definitely a very big podcast to come.
Oh, and I'm just, what I'm saying about the Moluccans. This is just from my experience.
Yeah, of course.
In the last,
and I'm sure it's the same from him too. You know what I mean? So
we talked about field notes that he's gotten from people over in Papua finding, adult age snakes that are, 7 foot long. And one thing that we talked a lot about, or not, I'll say a lot of, on a few different occasions, one thing that we did last year that ended up working out really well. We bred so the second clutch of Barnacks that was laid came from a female that was under 8 feet long to start the season. Tiny. I mean, a large rat made a lump in her. The main reason why I even attempted that female was based on some conversations that Casper and I had, where he's like, I just don't. His opinion was he doesn't think these snakes need to be that big to breed, and I'm like, well, one way to find that out, and the clutch was wonderful. So it came out really well. So because of that, we're going to be trying a few more smaller females this year that look like juveniles when you put them next to some of the other adult females, but then are about the same size that girl was last year. And that's what's fun about this to me. I mean, one of the aspects about this project with the scrubs that I like so much is that there is information out there, but 1% of what's out there about ball pythons, boas, retics, water monitors, the species that have been bred with consistency, even carpet pythons. So little is known about scrub reproduction, and this year there have been a number of scrub clutches, and it's been great.
Shout out to Rob. Can we just say shout out to Rob real quick? I want to say congratulations to the homie Rob.
Big shout out to Rob Christian.
Christian, right? Christian. Talk about somebody who had it coming. That's him for sure. I mean, I said this to Steven with all due respect before I even met Steven. The only scrub content I was following and really admiring, and when I say admiring, I'm talking about big striped barneck scrub pythons, was from the homie Rob.
Yeah.
And then, obviously my relationship with Nerd went south, but I had a relationship with Steven Kush, and I was like, Scrub King! Because he really was. You went on. Well, you took scrubs to a whole other level. I will say that. Okay, but that took time. Obviously, that didn't happen overnight. Which, what I want to talk to you right now, Steven, is I feel like you have people who are just so extremists on both ends of what's bad for an animal. And what I mean by that, obviously, the overfeeding. Like, if you are somebody who just feeds your animals too much and it's too much, but you don't care, you're a piece of shit, right? But then there's people out there who are like on the conserve side of things, are like, they don't eat this much in the wild. So they I don't want to say they underfeed, but they feed them a lot.
No, they do, people underfeed their snakes 100%.
Okay, they do underfeed.
No,
but
I mean,
isn't this all about a happy medium? For one thing, at the end of the day, these snakes aren't in the wild, and I hate that we try to mimic what it's like for them in the wild so bad when they're not in the wild, especially a captive bred animal. It's too much, I think.
I mean, preface by saying it's extremely important to look at their wild behavior when relating it to captivity. If you don't account for that at all, then you're just imposing your will on that animal. With that said, the wild sucks.
It's bad.
It's you might get eaten when you're 2 months old. That fucking blows.
No, but the level of the way the wild sucks right now is if you see fucking wannabe fucking Australians going over there to visit Indonesia, and like these lizards these Asian water monitors are on the streets going through trash and just disgusting type environments. All the environments are really fucked up right now.
Yeah, that's a different topic, but I think it's hard to put this into words. To me, I feel like with some of the species that I personally have been working with for a long time, seeing other people's collections and just experienced many animals, I feel like I can get a good read on healthy body composition for these species. I've seen animals that I've fed to be too large, seen animals that other people have fed to be too large, animals that are underweight, etc. And I think, I mean, as is with anything, I mean, with humans, you know, there's ideal body composition for humans, and just as far as measurable biological health standards, you'll see that in human beings, when somebody is at an ideal body composition, athletic, whatever, they're generally healthier. They're, you know, in men, they'll have higher testosterone. You know, not to talk, we're not making this a biology class, but the same way with animals.
It all makes sense. You know what's crazy, bro? Do you remember? Do you remember the Unfiltered Reptile podcast episode with Barchek and fucking McCurley? And Kevin was breaking down how identical. So basically, the human body digests, everything works functionally just the same as the reptile body. It's the exact same fucking thing in a sense. Okay. So think about how much, well, I can speak for Americans. I don't know about fucking the rest of the world, because I know America is the #1 for obesity, but we eat so much, too much unnecessarily as it is, family all across the board in America. But there are, like, when I realized, like, wait a minute, you know, because people say you got to eat breakfast, and depending how you run, it depends how your body runs, right? But there's no need for 3 meals in a day, you know, 3 full meals. I don't feel like, you know what I'm saying? And again, this is me being older now, and I'm realizing that ever since I ate less, I started feeling better. You know what I'm saying? And I just I don't know. I think the body runs based off how you feed it. It's like an engine. It's like anything else, you know. That's why you have people who are so miserable with themselves, because what they eat, you know, what they put in their bodies, and they don't do shit. You know, when you're not doing nothing and you're eating like shit, you're becoming shit. That's just how it is.
Yeah, of course. And you know, there's with humans, there's obviously quantity compared, you know, in parallel with quality of food and macronutrient balance, this, that, the other thing. There's many aspects. With reptiles, especially with rodent feeders, you know, snakes primarily, at the moment, it's very one track of, you know, very few keepers will even, and I'm guilty of being one of them, won't vary that diet up with birds or other mammals. Or
Amen. Hashtag that. Hashtag bring back URP right now. Unfiltered. Wait, what's URP? What the fuck is that? Hold on. What is that? Am I confused? I'm gonna take that comment back. I don't know what the fuck. I thought that was unfiltered. What's Oh, it is. Sorry. God damn. I need to chill on these drinks. Moving forward. So what were you saying, Steven?
So
thank you, Jason. Baby. Sorry, my mind. I was looking for an F for some reason, but unfiltered. Bring back herb. Bring back herb. Bring back herb. Bring back herb. Okay, sorry, we're good.
So anyway,
continue.
Back to what I was saying.
Hey, by the way, don't ever look at me like that ever again. You're my friend, and you're not gonna make me look dumb. Don't look at me like that again, Steven. That's fucked up.
Okay, I promise.
Hey, I'm not Andrew. I'm just kidding. I love you. Okay, come on. I'm serious. So, let's get back to business. Hey, by the way, I'm gonna take a piss while you're talking. Continue.
Okay. Thank God I won't have anyone interrupting me for the next 2 minutes. So what I was gonna say, right now when we're kind of limited on nutrition options for the animals, you know, you're mostly just working off of energy balance. So calories in, calories out. You know, I've had conversations with friends where we've talked about, you know, different feeding methods where, you know, you're feeding 40 grams of a small rat to a snake. You know, the equivalent amount of birds might have less fat content, leaner protein, this and that, the other thing. Have bulk of feathers, so that the meal, although it might weigh the same, has a very different effect on the body because the caloric density, the macronutrient balance is just very different from item to item. So because of that, my personal opinion really across the board with a lot of this is that the main metric to go off of is the appearance of your animal, the body composition. Do you have, and it depends on the species. I would say educate yourself on what these animals look like, one, in the wild, in captive settings where they're being reproduced. And there's some general hallmarks of an unhealthy snake. You're not gonna. There's extremes. So for one, everyone knows the Jay Brewer video where he's hauling around the snake that looks like the fucking 1,000-pound whoever the fuck on the Learning Channel. That was that snake. That's very obviously animal abuse. But there's also overweight snakes. I think that we can't honestly say that many ball pythons in breeders' collections are probably not overweight. They are a species that can handle a higher body fat content, but that doesn't change the fact that these animals are often overfed for the sake of production. Then on the opposite end of the spectrum, you'll have a lot of colubrid species, which hardly can hardly handle high fat prey items. Where they're lizard, frog specialists in the wild, they rarely encounter fur, hair, feathers, whatever that is, and that fucks with their with their internal state. I bet MJ, you've seen it with white lips and poplin pythons, where they will throw up these hairballs.
Never seen it with the pop ones. White lips when they're younger, yes, and I only saw them when they fed them mice, not with rats. Mice, they literally, it was it's a string. It's like a little string.
Yeah. And I've had it with both species. Those are not the only ones, but those are the examples that I can give from my experience. These animals, they're not processing that. A ball python's not spitting up a hairball. So that's something that their natural biology is able to process. That's just another, and I still feed the poplin pythons rats. This is just the situation, but that doesn't mean that you're going to just stay there with it. I think it's our responsibility on the cold-blooded cafe side of things as a supplier to always be kind of pushing the envelope, or at least keeping an open mind to the future. And I'd like to think that we have couple things in the works that are going to be pretty damn exciting, as far as reptile nutrition goes. But then, with that said, the state of where everything is right now, that a lot of the diets that our feeders are getting fed, they're just designed for growth. They're not necessarily designed for the nutrition of what they're being fed to. And then there's also quality differences within those diets, but the end goal is not perfect. And I don't think anybody could deny that. Example that is...
No, continue, please.
The example that I like to look at is Timberline, what they did with the Vitabugs, where for the longest time, crickets just had these chronic issues, and it just was what it was. Everybody just kind of was like, "Oh, this is crickets, and they are weird, and they die, and then this and this and this." But then Timberline looked at it and said, "Well, okay, we can either accept this as a reality or do something about it." And then they, were before Vitabugs were created, or before they formulated the diet that therefore created this strain of crickets that they were breeding. Crickets were basically empty, hollow shells that you had to gut load to provide any sort of nutritional benefit to your animal, or feed them off immediately upon getting them from the supplier, and just hope that the supplier was feeding them well enough to nourish your animals. Where with Vitabugs, these, and I feel like I'm doing a promo for them, but it is what it is. They created they created an idiot-proof bug, pretty much, where you can get these bugs in, feed them to your animals, and you're already getting supplements and nutrients that you would have to otherwise put a lot of effort into, making sure that these crickets consume. To me, that what they did was pretty inspirational. And then also how they scaled it. Where Timberline's an absolutely massive company. I mean, if in the scope of the reptile industry, if you've been to any of the NARBC shows, you always see the big Timberline booth right up front. The way that they present themselves is, pretty inspirational to me. Definitely something that I look up to. So that's a model that should be replicated.
All right. Got a hot one for you. Ready? By the way, nice goatee. When did the goatee really fully come in? If anyone wants to know out there, I'm just curious. Some people said it was their plugs, their hair plugs. They're not real.
I guess we'll never know. We'll never know. I might be going back to get another session done on the sides.
Okay, no, for real. So listen, me, like, really, definitely, I feel like before this podcast really took off and I was really getting a lot of information, overfed the living shit out of my animals, man. Like, but I did it not knowing well enough. Like, once I got schooled, I adjusted, right? But then you have the other end of the spectrum of people who know what feeding an animal could do, but they know the more you feed, the more egg type of shit that goes down, right? And that's the horrific side of obesity when it comes to animals, right? So what I'm trying to get at is solely the ones who are just knowing that their animals are obese and they continue to feed them the way that they're doing, it's all because of the mass production side of things. Is that right?
Yeah, and well, it's I guess, and this might send us down the rabbit hole. Before I go down the rabbit hole, I want to address Brandon's question.
No, not yet. That's my God damn it. That's not.
Did I step on your toes,
Steven? You don't do that, Steven.
Okay, all right.
Now, okay, no, it's too late. Too late. Go and answer Brandon Wheeler's question.
Hey, Brandon.
Hi, Brandon. How are you? Sorry about that.
Good evening.
Sorry about my friend Steven.
Anyway, so I guess to start answering your question, I couldn't tell you yes or no. I will say that, as people have seen, I've noticed there seems to be an increase in cancer cases in snakes in particular, especially earlier in age. And a lot of the times, one of the first things that comes to mind is is that related to the food? I don't know. It could be, but then also, rodent tumors have been a thing for a very long time. Colonies 50 years ago would experience tumors in older animals, in younger animals, in females that their weans were not properly, or like they weren't able to properly deplete their milk glands before recycling into a new litter. One thing that I have just kind of personally theorized that I can't really put anything behind as far as proof or whatever, but just as a potential thought, most of the rodents that are bred to supply the hobby come from old laboratory strains of rodents that each strain oftentimes will be bred with a certain number of genetic precursors to conditions for the sake of pharmaceutical testing. Like, for instance, hooded rats. The rats that are white body, black head, normal eyes with some pattern down their back. The hooded rat strain is diabetic, from what I've been told. And that strain was basically genetically modified to be used on testing for diabetes. Potentially, there are strains of rodents out there that have genetic precursors for early cancer, so for pharmaceutical testing on cancer treatments. I have no proof of this. It is just a theory. I know that there are frequently studies done on the different feeds that are available. We use Missouri. There are other rodent feeds out there that are from a nutritional makeup similar.
Question, sir. Question. Would Missouri still be the number one reputable diet you feel like for your rodent out there, in your opinion, right now?
I'd say so. Yeah, I definitely stand behind our use of the Missouri diet. I'm very, very happy with it, but I think it has its purpose, but it also can be innovated upon and pushed into a different level for what we're doing. So
can I tell you why I didn't want to answer that, or excuse me, I didn't want to throw that question up on the big screen yet?
Sure.
Because I had a topic that I was about to bring. I mean, I would have brought it up since that question's up. By the way, great question, Brandon. I appreciate that. Yeah. One thing I want to talk about that I heard recently, not to throw any company name out there, but I was told situation from a company selling mice that were killing people's collections. I don't know the actual proof of this, but at the end of the day, I was hearing that black mice are something to stay away from. What is that all about?
Yeah,
they come from China or something like that. I don't know. I could be off, but what's going on with that?
There's kind of a rabbit hole to potentially go down. But what I will say across the board, the supply of rodents in the United States has not changed for a very long time. As far as the rodents themselves, the only thing that you could theoretically see having changed is the ingredients going into the feed. And I'm not going to talk on any particular feed. Across the board, more products like Roundup and whatnot are used in agriculture in general. So there's a lot more potential carcinogens going into the food supply for anything, for grain in particular. Right. But then as far as mice killing collections or something like that,
or whatever this mice was fed to, killed it.
And that's from the typical knowledge that I've always been told from many people in rodents is that a bad rodent doesn't kill a healthy snake. Their words through my mouth.
What about the protocol when a box does get there pretty late, which I've gotten a box pretty late, but then one of the packages have blood dropping down. You would always tell me to throw that out, right?
Right.
But let's just say there was something where somebody didn't throw that out, right? And somebody put that away in the freezer after it was got warm.
So then there's the human error side of things from the customer. So and not to we're not talking about a specific case per se, but there could be the issue of the seller, of the producer, whether that be different than the seller, and then also the recipient. If you're not storing your feeders properly, if they thaw by a shipping delay or a box malfunction or whatever, they start to rot. You freeze them, you feed them off to your snake, you thaw a feeder, you attempt it on one animal, it doesn't want it, you put it back in the freezer, you feed it off again. that animal over there dies. You have 5 variables or whatever in that situation to point to. You have the feeder, you have the process of thawing and refreezing, you have the potential of the first snake carrying a pathogen past to the other animal that then killed it. There's just different things that could. I'll say I haven't seen a situation either with us or with a different rodent company where there's been a very clear 1 + 1 = 2. These rodents killed these animals for no other reason than the rodents were bad. Routinely, there was a case back in the day with a company that was called Arctic Mice. It's a big story that if I'm wrong, I apologize, but I don't believe I'm wrong, where there was a big shipment of mice from China that they got that was riddled with salmonella. Different story. Whole supplies is fucked from the start.
Oh my God. Scary.
Yeah, for sure. And but that isn't something that wouldn't have been a commonplace activity that would have gone totally right. So that was just a very unfortunate case. If you ever go to pet stores, the big chain pet stores, you see the little individual Arctic mice or whatever. They were being sold on a mass scale. So it's happened a lot over time. It's not perfect, but I don't think I could say that I can point towards a clear, this is the problem. There's big scale reptile breeders that I know for a fact, no matter what it is, they just go for the cheapest rodent they can possibly find because they're feeding potentially tens of thousands of snakes and don't see problems. And those cheap feeders are something that you or I could look at and be like, no way in hell would my animal ever see that in a million years. But those animals are totally fine. So it's very weird. There's no straight answer to that I could say is a universal truth.
But at the end of the day, are there certain protocols you feel like people should stick to? Like, for instance,
100%. Like if you receive an order of feeders, be it from us or from somebody else, that if there's a shipping delay, automatic red flag.
What if you get a shipment of white mice and they have dark bellies?
White mice, dark bellies. This is a personal dilemma. You might.
What would you do? What would Steven do?
I don't think I would feed those to my animals.
Right.
I personally wouldn't. A different breeder might and have no issues whatsoever.
So that's what I'm saying. It's our responsibility as the person feeding the animal. And so, like, okay, and not to say that I've gotten white mice with black bellies. The only time I've ever gotten that was from overthawing them out. That's the only time I've ever gotten that from what I've seen. But for anyone out there who happens to get a bag full of black bellies, would you guys accept that? Like, would you guys, or how would you guys as a company take that? You know what I mean? Because that's tough to determine. That's tough to determine. You know what I mean? Like how do you not know that black belly didn't happen after you thaw them out for so long? You put them back in the bag. It's tough. So I'm curious.
Right. We've had a few. So, and I will say, generally speaking, we're very lucky that our customer base will be pretty upfront with us about issues. One thing that we had to put on our website at one point was we don't refund based on smell. People be like, my dead rats smell bad. I'm like, oh, no shit, really?
It's dead.
Your dead rats smell bad. I'm sorry. Nothing was wrong with them. But we have had it. We run large volume here, and mistakes will happen. We've definitely had instances in the past where a customer sends us pictures of a bag. Maybe it was thawed out a little bit in transit, and hey, I don't like how these look. And we look at, we have pictures that they took immediately upon unpacking. We verify it all, and we're like, we see where you're coming from. We're sorry this happened. We'll refund you the money. If you want to place a new order, go ahead. So, and it happens. It's really just about kind of self-education, going about your processes the right way. I wouldn't thaw and refreeze feeders myself. People do choose to, but then if issues happen, then that is 100% your responsibility. That you decided to, do that with your feeder and potentially compromise the next animal. And one thing that I do is if a feeder touches a snake, I don't feed it to another snake. That's just something that I do. I don't go around tapping snakes. I saw a video one time that made me vomit. It was a particular YouTuber who had a bunch of basins on a table in front of him.
Ooh.
And he had a fuzzy mouse, and he just went around tapping all of the basins.
What a dick.
And I'm like, what a great way to spread disease. Are those feeding tongs clean? Are these snakes from the same source? They did not produce these snakes. And I'm like,
please tell me it wasn't somebody I've had on my show. Oh no, really? Damn, that sucks.
I'll say we've had on our show.
Oh. Okay. I think I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you do.
Has to only be one person. McCurley. That's exactly who we're talking about. Yeah. Whatever. It is.
Came from his mouth. Hey, yo. But yeah, I mean, I saw that.
Mr. Ponytail. That's this called.
I saw that. I'm like, wow, that might be your level of comfort.
God,
but
dick.
To an audience generally of people that are less experienced, it sets a terrible example of cross contamination. There's levels to this. You can do what Socrates does and have a pair of feeding tongs for every snake in your collection. That's about as extreme as you can get.
Well, yeah, that and showering and switching gloves all in between, it gets pretty extreme.
It can, honestly. There's, to me, I don't think there's too far, but there's definitely a plateau where you are being responsible and not maybe quite going as far as Socrates. Like I don't do that.
I mean, if it's one thing about Socrates goes as far to where he could handle his animals with no gloves. He could pull them out, doesn't need to do shit. And because he knows how much he's going crazy on checking them, right? So that's why he does. Then there's other people who do the testing, have the gloves on, switch to gloves, and it's like, dude, you are like creating a fucking bubble boy for your snake. And if you ever see that movie or that shit called Bubble Boy, like where you're over sterilizing this fucking animal, like it needs a little bit of like, it's just like, think about a human that is not exposed to a little bit of germs. Like you need to get its immune system going, because if you always just keep that shit as sterile as you do, I think that's one of the biggest problems with the chondro community, to be honest. Over sterilization for sure. 100%.
I don't know if I could say that I've seen anything that I would count as a chronic problem caused by over sterilization, but I do think in general the chondro world takes it a little extreme. One thing that I always find funny is when somebody's doing a video or something that they're using gloves to take care of their animals, and then they pick up the snake and it starts crawling on their exposed forearm. I'm like,
well, once you get those gloves that go to your elbows, asshole.
What's the point? If you want to say you're grossed out by snake shit and you don't want to touch it, okay. But, don't be out here virtue signaling your cross-contamination protocols because you wear gloves, but then each snake touches the same exposed forearm. This is not about one particular person. I just, whenever I see this, I kind of laugh inside. I'm like, that's a little ironic.
Well, it's because, this is why, no offense, but I even laugh at certain quarantine rooms, okay? Quote unquote quarantine rooms. Because people are like, yeah, I quarantine. And it's like, how do you fucking quarantine like this, the way you quarantine? Meaning like you have something that's healthy, but you're continuously bringing something that's from wherever the fuck it's from, bringing around something that's healthy. So there's no really determining what's really healthy or not in that quarantine room if you keep adding more shit to that fucking room. You need,
especially for somebody who does that and then does the eye test of you're good, you're out, and doesn't run PCRs, doesn't run whatever else.
oh shit.
And I've been guilty of that before.
Dude, that's why I'm laughing.
having a quarantine room that keeps getting added to. But then two things that I do that I'll do to combat that is one thing I've always done that I feel like has worked wonders. Before moving here, while being here, is always having a kind of strict protocol of like an order of working a room, where you prioritize animals are healthy, and you work down your order the same way every single week. And if there's animals that are questionable, they get worked at the end, they get fed at the end. Anything that you like at the end of your session, everything is sterilized. Obviously, you're doing some of that throughout the process as well. But the order of operations has, in my opinion, been one of the reasons why we haven't had, knock on wood, outbreaks of this or that in the collection. Is that you just read your animals, identify, hey, this thing's acting a little weird. As I see a snake fall off its shelf like an idiot. Just pay attention. Don't rush through your animals. Be attentive to how they're acting. Be attentive to if something that you see as potentially problematic is manifesting in multiple animals. And then another thing that we'll do is before clearing an animal of quarantine, we run a PCR test on it, test for a number of viruses.
What can you break down PCR, please?
The exact acronym, I don't know the acronym.
Steven, I told people we got full Kush tonight. How do you not give us the acronyms? Come on. Oh my God, he's pulled a force. Respect.
Polymerase chain reaction tests. Aha.
Wow. Say that one more time. Say that one more time.
Polymerase chain reaction test.
Wow.
So the world became familiarized with the PCR test with COVID. How the PCR process of being used to test for COVID. At first, it was being used improperly, and then they adjusted the test to run properly. It's a DNA test. You're testing DNA, so it's going to be it's going to be a more accurate style of testing. There have definitely been cases of false negatives, false positives, but for me, when we're testing a batch of animals, because when we test many animals at once. When we test 20 snakes and every single snake comes back negative, that to me is about a sure thing that those tests came back accurate. Because if there was something going around, the likelihood of so many falsehoods in the tests at once is just so low that the law of averages kind of draw that conclusion for you. We definitely could do better with our testing protocol. We could definitely do a whole lot worse. I'll point again to Socrates as probably the person I'd say does it the best, where he probably has animals that he's run a test on, big double-digit times.
You want to know something crazy about my most recent visit from Socrates?
Sure.
I think I sent you a pic of this. And Socrates is so OG gangster with this shit. He don't give a fuck that I even probably bring this up, or at least I'll find out soon enough after this. But I'm at Socrates' collection, as a lot of you guys went. A lot of you guys know who follow me or subscribe to the Snake Trap Session Vlogs YouTube channel. I had a facility tour at Socrates' place, which was amazing. It was fucking amazing. Literally that day, okay, whoever follows Socrates knows he has, God damn it, maybe I'm sorry, Sock, a snake Fluttershy. Everyone knows what Fluttershy is. Fluttershy has dropped a clutch for him before. Really beautiful snake. Dropped dead right there in front of me. Like, just dead. Very scary shit. I was like, what the fuck? I looked at Sock like, aren't you concerned? He said, no, I'm not concerned. I just tested that snake 2 months ago. Came back clean with Nido. At the end of the day, snakes die. Snakes do die. And here's another thing, okay? I had a good, I won't say the name, but I had a conversation with somebody recently at the Las Vegas Reptile Super Show who has their view on Nido and all that stuff too, which isn't anything to like shy away from, but at the end of the day, it's nothing that you can do about it. It's in everything, for one thing. It's in everything. But you have to have protocol with things, right? So Stock was not worried because he randomly tests his animals. He does that throughout the year. What he does, he tests his whole collection, and then he'll randomly test after that whole thing just to confirm, false negatives, false positives, all that shit, right? The person I talked to at Las Vegas show, any symptom they see, RI, weirdness, any kind of like, what the fuck's going on with it? They instantly put it down. No questions asked. So, I mean, it's really up to you how you want to take care of shit like this. But no matter how locked in your collection is, no matter what the fuck is happening in or out, things will die of natural causes, other causes. Like, you can't avoid it, period. So, yeah.
Yeah, and the best way to combat it, in my opinion, is by necropsying. Because the necropsy will show you definitive proof of what happened.
Hold on. Celebrity Appearance Award to fucking Ken Kush. Oh my God. Papa Kush in the building. Hey, Ken, listen, are we going to see Ken at Tinley? What's the dinner? What do we need to do? I just want dinner with fucking Papa Kush. What can we do?
I talk him into it. He's watching right now. Pitch him.
Ken, please, what can we do? Listen, on me, pal. On me. I want you just to show up. I need a good conversation, and that's it. Please, it's on me. Okay? I got your son, too. Don't worry about it. Okay? Hopefully that works. That's all I got. We'll see what happens. Listen, dude, if it's one reason why, Steven, I call you my best friend, is because, like, I just know, I mean, I don't know. Meeting your dad made you make so much sense. You know what I mean? Even though you guys are different, it's still like you guys are just fucking, everything's on point. I don't know, man. I gotta say, I love your pops. He's really been there for you, man. Let's just say, like, me having a dad who's there for my dad's there for me all the time. I've had friends who've had no dads. I've seen I've seen situations that made me realize how important my dad is. And I love that you have that too. Not too many people have what we have, bro. So I gotta say, shout out to Papa Kush, bro.
Nothing to take for granted, for sure.
Yeah, he loves you, man. That's your dog right there, bro.
Yeah, he's been very supportive of this whole thing, despite the unconventional nature, and it's great. I'm very grateful for my dad and how supportive he's been. It's one of the reasons why I'm in the position I am today.
Now, if we could kind of really talk to, listen, we're going to get into it, man. I mean, I'm glad we didn't. I was afraid I was going to talk about this too soon, and we're going to kind of blow the load, but we're an hour and a half in, about good halfway into this.
Third.
Yeah. So check it out, man. I feel, oh man, I don't know about now, but I feel really good about Animal Con. I felt, the reason why I felt so good is because I know there's room for people to have an influence of good examples. Meaning, like, if Kush could get on a Q&A panel and talk about the shit that he knows and somehow get the attention of a young up-and-comer who's like, because Kush, I don't know, maybe you think about Kush at 13, 14 years old. It's really hard to say what you'd be influenced by on YouTube, but maybe you would have whatever's like the extreme side of influence with animals, or the more like this is how you should be doing things, or the things that not should, but things that are the right way of doing things by the animals. At the end of the day, Animal Con brings everyone who's not really in the hobby together. Okay. So meaning the eyes that are on the outside come together, right? I look at it to where we just can't sit here and let these fucking asshole creators, not that they're all assholes, trust me, a lot of them I fucking love, but I would say there are a good percentage of asshole fucking creators that are talking shit where no, like, well, we should be there to be like, nope, sorry. I've seen your collection, sir. You're wrong. Even though I couldn't do that because of children, but still, like, you know what I mean? Like, there's room for us to have an influence. And what I mean by us, people who are not about the creator influence side, people who are about the breeding side of things, wanting to spread this shit what we love. Like, think about your scrubs, bro. Like, how many more potential young children could be a scrub keeper someday? Like, bro, you're 22 years old. When was your first scrub? 18?
16.
Huh?
16.
16! Bro, they're out there. There's another Stephen Kush out there. That's what I'm saying. But the thing is, a lot of them are going straight to YouTube. They don't go to the reptile shows. They don't, you know what I'm saying? They're going to YouTube. So now YouTube brings Animal Con, right? Animal Con is an outlet, bro. And what's happening right now at NARBC Tinley? What the fuck is happening right now? What do you need? Let's talk about it. Let's go ahead and talk about it. Aren't you worried, vendors out there, Tinley vendors? Let's talk about it.
Big news of the week. Let's take a sip before we get into this shit.
Here we go. Buckle the fuck up. Let's get the likes up. By the way, the likes are really respectable. We're at over 50 now. Woo! Let's go. We're at 60 likes and 53 people tapping in. Respect. Over 100% view to watch ratio. Let's go. Let's get into it. So,
all right.
NARBC Tinley, there's a fucking news flash. What is it?
Yeah, it's to be a vendor, you need to have a health certificate signed off by a veterinarian for each species that you plan on bringing to the show. This is big time news for a few different reasons. But the theme that kind of is the scariest about this is what the implications of this kind of trend. This is something that, at least from what I've seen on a larger scale show, has not been done before for reptiles. I would assume for some mammals or whatnot, this might be a requirement. That's just not something that I'm knowledgeable on. But basically, it's a step on ending reptile shows, because there are definitely some vendors who would look at the perspective of vending Tinley, see this obstacle, and just be like, not doing it. That's too much work, or they don't have a good veterinarian, or they know that their animals aren't worth vouching for. That's another thing. It's a double-edged sword, because in theory, you want to be able to have animals that are healthy representing at a show. Any of these NARBC shows or others. I mean, I won't even just classify NARBC. Any reptile show, there's inevitably tables of vendors who have reptiles on the table that are straight off the boat, straight off the shipment. They probably have never even had a meal.
I got one in my trap.
But that's such an institution in this hobby that that's not something that can go away. And these people, they take up big table space. They're part of the bread and butter of these shows. They have some of the more affordable animals for sale. So it's it's not something that you can just very easily get rid of. But what sucks about this is that this is not self-regulation. This is regulation imposed upon us by the powers that be. In this case, Illinois. Illinois is already a state that is very strict on reptile laws, as far as keeping things like venomous reptiles, even rear fang venomous crocodilians, croc monitors. It's a state that, if you're like we could not move this collection to Illinois. We just couldn't. Part of the reason why I left Illinois is because I couldn't pursue what I wanted to do to the fullest living in that state. So this is kind of what we're looking at. There were multiple bills in Illinois that were imposed to ban traveling animal attractions, so to speak. It was a bill that was mostly kind of put forward with the context of things like the circus, things that are very clearly exploitative of animals, that a normal person who doesn't really have any interest in animals, might have a dog or a cat or whatever, would see this legislation and be like, yeah, that makes sense. I love animals. I don't want animals to be treated poorly. But wrapped up in that bill would be anything like a reptile show or a birthday party with an educational component with reptiles, or a school presentation, which is, that's heinous. That's killing education. But that's the agenda that some of these states are following, and it's really not even the states. It's the special interest groups that control the politicians that control the states. And that's that's kind of one of the scarier aspects of what we do, as we've talked about before, is the powers that are opposing our industry are great. They're very well funded. They're very politically involved. They're institutions in this country, and we're this community of people who can't stop fighting with each other over how to keep their animals in drawers. We're an easy target. So something like this Tinley Park health certificate, to me, is it that big of a deal? No, not at all. And then if you're a breeder that's on the up and up, you have healthy animals, there's no reason why you shouldn't be able to acquire this health certificate. Now we have to look into getting a health certificate, getting certified through veterinarians that we've gone to in preparation for the show. It's not a deterrent from somebody who's doing this the right way from vending a reptile show. What it is the step one in the overreaching of government into what we're doing in the case of reptile shows. Of course, there's many other instances of the government overreaching. The whole Florida situation is completely out of control. On the national scale, the Lacey Act and then the subsequent attempts to reverse the ruling as it pertains to the constrictors. It's always something, the laws that were or the bills, I should say, that were put into motion in South Carolina following the Cobra, stuff like that. It comes down to one, the reptile industry being proactive politically, and then also representing ourselves well publicly. This ties back into the beginning of this conversation discussing Animal Con. In my opinion, I wasn't there, so I cannot speak with any sort of authority on what happened, because I just don't know. I saw some people who were there, and to me, the event immediately lost all credibility.
Well, hold on, because listen, to kind of capitalize on that, clearly, I even had Barcheck on the show before I went to Animal Con, and I told him I had concerns, just because, especially think about it, I'm on a panel with people I just fucking despise. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, right? I wasn't, based off what I saw influencing that event. I didn't give a fuck what was there that I didn't like. I cared what was there that I could influence. And when it came by walking certain people that I didn't want to see or talk to, guess what? I didn't talk to them or see them. I walk right by them like they're a fucking ghost. Okay. And guess how much easier that's going to be when I have people like you there, Steven, and people like Andrew, God bless, with this fucking Eric Hoffman's. Desiree. Thank God Desiree was there. Desiree was there, and she hated it. I'm not going to lie. She wanted to be gone.
She left early.
But, you know, if you were there, we had other people there. She would have liked it. I know it. You know, at the end of the day, you know, the poolside was a good time, Des. It was awesome. You know, as far as like, there's so many other things for us to enjoy, to really worry about the piece of shit breeder who got invited for whatever reason. At the end of the day, we have an opportunity to influence somebody who's young that will be our age, which is old, unfortunately. Not you, but me. But I'm just saying, you know, like everything's gonna catch up, man. This little toddler is gonna become a fucking teenager. Teenager's gonna become a customer, and that's just how it becomes. And Steven, you were influenced in this game at a young age without social media. Now look at social media. Think about being 16, getting into snakes with shit out there now today. Bro, come on. Like, what the fuck?
Well, it's, you know, there's pros and cons to it, because there are many more people who are vocal these days on social media and whatnot. And, you know, a lot of people that are putting out good content, but an equal amount of people that are putting out damaging content. And my issue, because I understand what you're saying, and I respect your point of seeing this and being like, this is something that I can use to influence people the way that I think is the most effective. But that person who is brand new is looking at this event as hopefully the essence of credibility. Like, if you're here, you're somebody I should listen to. If you're on a panel with somebody who is one of the worst representations of the hobby possible, how is a brand new person supposed to you know, distinguish between the two of you? That person
follow me on Instagram. I'll DM you the whole story. I'm just kidding.
No, but
I got time for that. Seriously, you're completely right. That's one thing we would have to figure out. That's why I need a crowd. I need more homies.
The unfortunate thing is that, you know, a lot of this is kind of a good old boys club at this point, with some of these old timers. I mean, they're old timers now. Back, you know, 10, 12 years ago, when I was first getting into this, they were the guys who were pushing the needle. They were the front runners in the game, and some of them have always been bad. Some of them have gone bad. But no matter what, they've stuck together, and it's kind of disturbing. You know, what one person
I can't even argue that, because
you know, one person that I'll always go back to, and you know, if you ask me who's the absolute worst representation of the hobby, it's Jay Brewer. He's a cancer to the hobby. I'm not sure why anybody still supports him.
And if you want to talk about the one person, well, like you ever hear that, like, you know, a dog that's down, like, you know, like, this motherfucker just looked like he had no life in him. Okay, like it just looked like he just did not give two shits.
If I'm promoting this event and I actually care about the outcome, I'm making sure there's a picture of him behind the counter and he can't get in. Seriously.
Oh my God, I'm not even lying. That'd be so sick.
I respect a lot of the people that I saw were at
crazy
AnimalCon, and to me, the validity of that event was diminished by a number of the people who were invited and people who were speakers. I mean, let's be honest. This guy abuses animals publicly on social media for money. Like, it's as bad as it gets. He is as bad as it gets. And he has the biggest following of any of us.
And the sad part
is he's second to Samson.
The sad part, Kush, is even when he's asked the question, like, you know, and I said this on another podcast, on a podcast, that, you know, my final Q&A panel with him on it was, the topic was top creator, you know, like number one creator. And my final question for that panel was, you know, where I come from, it's about top keeper and caretaker for the animal before creator. What are you doing to be both? Like, how are you managing, and what are you doing to be top at both? And his answer was basically, well, like, I all I do is travel, and I have 27 employees, and that's basically all on them. And it was such a pathetic answer. It made me so mad, because you're basically saying that I don't take care of my animals no more. It's not up to me. Whatever you do and see, whatever those bubbles are on my Retic's mouth when I take it out, it's not. Even though I'm there, even though
that's my employees.
Yeah, it's not me. Unfortunately, I gotta go. I'm going to Indonesia and fucking what the fuck? Like, that pisses me the fuck off.
Do you remember the nerd video from a little while ago? Basically, that was like the clickbait headline was, "We're going to call out Jay Brewer," and then they just proceed to show us Retic's killing puppies for 15 minutes for whatever the fuck reason. During that video, Kevin was justifying Jay's practices, and the only thing he could say as to why Jay can, like, why he should be, this is okay, is that he's got bills to pay. So exploit animals because, oh my God, my electric bill is so fucked up because I keep all these snakes so hot because I power feed them to death. Got to
do what I got to do. Got to do what I got to do.
It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Maybe it's easier for you to do that, but don't look at me for a second and tell me you have to. It's just a lie. To me, that was such a pathetic moment. And these are the people that we're supposed to be looking up to. People that, I hate the name Animal Con. It's disgusting to me. That is Influencer Con. Don't call it Animal Con. It's not about the animals. Call it what it is. It's not Animal Con. It's Influencer Con, which is okay. If that's what it is, brand it accordingly.
Animal Influencer Con.
Sure, but it's.
But you're right. Hold on.
Don't tell me it's about the animals. It's about the people and how to become a person who makes money off the backs of animals. Tell me that's what it is. Don't tell me it's something else. But it's okay. I have a social media. You have social media. Cold-Blooded Cafe has social media. Desiree has social media. It's what we. It's
Lars
that we.
Lars has
social media. Follow Lars, for fuck's sake, if you don't already. You might not get accepted.
You don't accept people.
Nah, but not demonizing social media, but tell it like it is. That's not about the animals. It's how to capitalize off the animals, which you can do. I think you can do it ethically, and you can also do it as immorally. I mean, to the point where you're damn near leading a snake concentration camp. If we're taking it to a level that we're calling it like it is.
Hey, listen, how cringe, and be honest, I want to know right now, because you guys are both my good friends, how cringe would it be if Barczyk were to drop into this conversation right now?
Probably pretty bad. I hope he's not on the other line. But I'm standing by what I said.
But like, what I want to get to is, why would it be so bad? I have an idea why, but I want to know right now on the show, because if it's somebody, like, I love Barczyk, bro. Like, I love Barczyk. Like, I like the way I fucking ride for you, I would ride for Barczyk. But I'm not gonna lie, Barczyk makes it a lot harder. Because there are certain things that I had to live with and move forward with, and that's the fact that I couldn't keep my hands off my rattlesnake, so I let go of it, right? And unfortunately, he still grabs him by the head and puts that on video. And whatever, do your thing, but that's a huge influence to people who will think that they could do that too. Yeah. And that's, but I'm curious, what would happen? I wonder what go ahead, talk.
Anything that I say publicly, I'm willing to stand behind, and I'm also willing to hear out the other side.
And I love you, Brian. By the way, you're my boy. Trust me. And there's nothing against him whatsoever. You know what I mean? I want to know that. I just want to kind of bring it together. And go ahead, please, Stephen.
And it would be a conversation. It wouldn't be open and closed, because Brian is somebody who I respect, and on a personal level, just as far as history and the industry goes, I would say to him, I'll say here, I haven't, in no way can I agree with everything that he's done, or will continue to do. And I'm not gonna go on the attack mode, but I'm more than willing to voice what I think is my opinion and what I think is right in the situation. But at the end of the day, the lens that I look at all this through is what's the most sustainable for the industry, especially with the constant scrutiny and attack that we're under, and then what's in the best interest of the animals. And then what's in the best interest of the animals directly correlates to how we're educating the current and future keepers of these animals, and just what people are exposed to. There's the conversation that's been beaten to the ground that I don't want to cover, but just for the example of venomous free handling, it's a pretty one-sided argument in my opinion, but it nonetheless is something that many new keepers will see and not necessarily emulate, but it will be normalized to them. We keep venomous reptiles here, and we have quite a good sized collection of them. And obviously, I don't free handle. Desiree doesn't free handle. Somehow or another, this would never happen. But hypothetically speaking, we caught an employee free handling a snake. From a liability standpoint, that's just the fact that it ever happened in the first place is beyond terrible. But hypothetical, that person would be fired instantly, never allowed to walk back on this property. Because we take what we do very seriously. There's lots of very professional, venomous keepers or venom producers or.
I'm glad you said that, Stephen, because, and I don't mean to interrupt you. Anyone out there who's watching me to interrupt them, fuck off. I'm saying right now, because of you and Andrew, who introduced me to, I met other respectable venomous keepers after that, but Kyle Vargas, right? Legend. Okay. Which, when you meet somebody like Kyle, that I feel like this guy is somebody who just isn't easy to meet. Like, he's not somebody out there just, hey, look what I do, meet me. Like, I really felt honored to meet this individual. I felt even more honored to have him on my show. And that's leading to my most recent venomous guest, Alexander England. Okay. And, not that he was trying to be hard, but they're so careful what they try to put out there, because first off, what they put out there is very limited, meaning they'll show what they work with, but you'll never see them holding or putting a fucking snake, they're that shit is just not out there. It's so limited, and everything they do really is on the personal side. It's on the private side. And I feel like that's how every OG legit venomous keeper is like. They don't give a fuck about the platforms at all. Period.
The most respectable venomous keepers, you don't even a YouTube watcher doesn't even know who they are, and that's just the truth, because that person, honestly, they probably don't even want the exposure because they want to protect what they do, and not that what they're doing is wrong, but they're just they're so professional about what they're doing that any amount of exposure that they probably see as a negative. For one, and two, they're selective with what they put out because they want to portray themselves in what they feel is the best possible light for them, for their animals, and for the industry that they represent. And I have great respect for the people who carry themselves like that. As a venomous keeper, I haven't been keeping for too long, but I've been around the venomous world for over a decade now. And I will tell anybody who's listening with any interest in venomous snakes, any person you've ever seen on social media free handling a venomous snake is like the shame of the venomous community. Those people are frowned upon. They're looked at as shameful in the eyes of the respectable venomous keeper.
Steven, what if this this sounds very loopy? This sounds very what the fuck is happening? What's whoa, what's happening? But what if somebody like Cody and Pia were able to represent something at Animal Con, like that right there by itself would have some sort of a step forward to where we should be going somewhere, right? Because here's somebody who dedicates their whole life into trying to make a difference, right? And dude, I'm just happy Cody's still my friend. Trust me, like it's awesome, you know, because how serious he takes his shit. Shout out to Pia. But my big goal, bro, is the people that really, and Steven, you're one of these people, you know this. The people that influence me to want to do better by these animals, I want to bring with me to these fucking Animal Con events. Because guess what? One thing we're concerned about for sure are the end of the reptile shows. If it's one thing Brian's being smart about, are no sales at these shows. It's just at the end of the day, how you want to call it, Steven. We're all animal lovers. Even if it's about us, we still love the animals, okay? People just love them in a different way. We want to bring a different light on how they should love the animals. I will say there are creators out there that have a check over the love of the animals for sure. And that pisses me the fuck off. And I can tell you what, without saying any names, because there is one big name that I've even had on this fucking podcast where, like, I was even happy he followed me back. Yeah, we don't follow each other no more, but whatever. All I got to say is this motherfucker has a tiff with breeders. And based off his record, everything dies off him. Like, he just can't keep things alive. I wonder why. You're never home. You're always traveling. You're Mr. fucking, I'm in Africa. I'm in Indonesia. I'm here. I'm there. And, you know, at the end of the day, if you're not the one being most closest to the fucking care of the animals, how do you ever expect anything to even thrive, let alone breed? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, the reason why I stand so fucking tall with my collection, because my collection knows me more than anybody else, period. I don't fucking, you know, even though traveling does get tough, like, at the end of the day, breeding takes attention to detail. And that's why, you know, being an OCD freak will help you out in this game if you're really good with it. But a lot of these motherfuckers who are just representing a creator where, look where I'm traveling to, look at this collection, you know, I don't like that. Like, I hate the motherfuckers who are literally getting clout off other people's success on how they take care of animals. But what about your animals? Like, what are you doing? And that's, you know, those are the creators I have a problem, you know.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to the expense of your own animals, you know, I think there's something very much to be said about highlighting people that are doing it right who might not have their own platform because they don't have time or they don't want, you know, whatever reason. But if it comes at the expense of your own animals, and then you are, you know, trying to tell somebody else how to do, you know, what to do, or talking shit, you know, then you're throwing stones in a glass house. But, you know, I think my negative comments about Animal Con are not about the concept or the format. And again, what I'm saying is I'm making comments as an observer who wasn't even there. I just saw some stuff on social media, and I drew a conclusion based on seeing a handful of people there who I feel like represent the hobby very poorly. But the whole concept of it is something that can be used in an extremely positive way, where you curate that environment to only have positive influences there. You know, people who, you know, we collectively as the industry want the new people to see. And in that way, it can be a beautiful thing. And it can be something that, you know, pushes everything forward. So, you know, the concept is an interesting one. The no live sales it's always cool to see an organization do that. You know,
even though the word animals displayed, which confused me.
Well, but I mean, who wants to go to, you know, if I'm going to Animal Con, I'm new.
Something.
Yeah, I want to see some animals. Yeah. Fuck yeah. You know, in Chicago.
By the way, shout out to Terry, the Dragonwood Conserv. I'm sorry.
Dragonwood Wildlife Conservancy.
Okay, Terry, by the way, you're going to get this episode soon. I'm sorry. Desiree has not communicated. I'm just kidding. Yeah, she has. I love you, Des. We will make that happen soon. Terry is the man. He's an OG for sure. But listen, dude, the melanistic black
crocodile. Yeah.
Hey, yo. Dude, that thing was fucking amazing. And it turns out you guys have one. What the fuck?
I don't know what you're talking about.
What? Am I not supposed to say that? Desiree didn't tell me to be hush about that. Okay, we're gonna set that up. But you're right. Animals should be at Animal Influencer Con. You like how I did that?
So, growing up, the Chicago Herp Society, one of the older herp societies in the country, and I think they still do. They put on an event called Reptile Fest, which is, I believe, still the largest display-only reptile convention in the United States, if not the world. Where
oh my God,
damn.
Daz,
all right,
easy. Okay, listen, can I put this money towards flying you and Steven to Arlington next week? Because I don't know how the fuck I'm going to go to Arlington without you guys. Why aren't you? I mean, okay, I can't say why aren't you guys going because you guys just came back from Texas. But fuck, man, Arlington. Bill's sad. Mark Hager's sad. Patrick Holmes' fucking yoga session's gonna go to shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I can't do that to Patrick.
But listen, unfortunately for reals, can we get that out there? Arlington can't happen no matter what I can do or pull. Like, even if it's a fucking it can't happen, I'm assuming. Poor Chris.
There's just too much going on here. We have a lot of stuff that needs to happen ASAP, you know what I'm saying?
Love you, Des. Thank you so much. Listen, oh my God, Des. You're amazing. I appreciate you. I'm going to see you guys at least at Tinley. So we'll leave it at that. Okay. Arlington, February, at least, maybe, hopefully. Right? That's the next one.
Yeah. Anyways. I'd like to. I mean, I love going to Arlington. Just if anything else for the crowd there, all the Texas people.
But okay, real quick, before we kind of like dip into the next topic of things, I want to know right now, yes or no, if things pan out with your schedule, will you come to Animal Con, please, next year? If we, hey, hold on. If we go to Sock's place first, we'll go to Sock's place first, Airbnb it, drive to Animal Con, and then I drive us back to Sock's place, cold plunge it, and then we fly out.
We can discuss. We have a year. We have a year.
Okay. Day by day. Okay. What I want to say first and foremost, I feel like community-wise, when I say community, species-wise, right? Like, if it's one thing about the chondros community, they do stand up for each other, okay? And what I mean by that is, obviously, I have a platform, and I felt a certain type of way against certain chondro breeders who had certain access over administration of Facebook groups, and I couldn't stand them, and because they're deleting my posts. But anyways, they know I wanted to go ape shit on the motherfuckers. People like Patrick Holmes, Bill Stiegel, the leaders of the chondro community, step forward and ask me, MJ, please don't do that to them. And I, you know what? I understand they all look out for each other. I still did it. But listen, I want to talk about species or communities that are kind of like basically just, killing each other. And what I mean by that, the Retic world, bro. Let's talk about the Retic world. The big back and forth, because holy shit, like, who's a scammer? Who's not? Who has super dwarfs? Who doesn't have super dwarfs? What's legit? What's not legit? Where do people really invest their trust with? And, Steven, I mean, listen, not that you're somebody really tapped into the Retic world. You've seen enough. And I want to hear from you right now on your perspective on what's happening with the super dwarf community.
Oh, man. That world took a wonderful creature and made it into a political pawn.
Who? Say that one more time.
That sector of the reptile industry took an incredible species of snake, so diverse and multifaceted, locality types, genes, made it this political nightmare. It really is a shame what happened and what is happening in the Retic community. I feel really bad for the people who have been in it from the start for the right reasons. Andrew is one of them, who who loved these snakes before they were the next get rich quick scheme. And unfortunately, when a market is somewhat built on misinformation, the truth's going to come out, and when it does, it can get messy, and we're seeing that right now. I'm as I've done primarily, I'm going to keep doing this. I don't want to say names, and again, this is something that I observe from the outside in, and more than looking at specifics, I'm just looking at the trend, and as far as how this could relate to anything else in the future. To me, it's so sad that the focus can go so far away from the animals themselves, and that based on a person's association with a species or whatever, or a locality or a morph, like for political reasons, there will be smear campaigns done on animals. On the animals, what the fuck did the snake do? The snake is being used as an extension of a person. That's fucking ridiculous.
Wow.
As for me with the scrub pythons, if there's ever a point where you see me trying to convince somebody that this is the way that they're going to pay off their house, fly out here and beat the shit out of me, or try at least. But
good luck, especially when you're hungry.
Yeah, for real. It's hard for me to watch because the whole idea behind super dwarf retics is incredible. Everybody who's into reptiles, or particularly into snakes, naturally we are fascinated by the reticulated python. It's the largest snake in the world. These things are freaking incredible. They're beautiful. Their natural color and pattern is extremely variable. All the different morphs are, they look great. All the different combos, not something that I was ever into, but from outside in, I admired the work people were doing with them. And when this was starting to get big, I remember I was at Pomona, 2018, and
When we first met.
The first time we met.
And
I was at the bar. I was talking with somebody who I had known from social media for a while, finally meeting for the first time. We have a mutual interest in the rare pythons, scrubs, and stuff like that. And the retic topic comes up. And he said, I don't know. He said, I see it going wrong because it's so easy to misrepresent these animals. And I'm like, man, I hope not, but you're right. And with the right audience behind you, no one's going to question you. For instance, we had somebody passed through here, and they had a snake that they had picked up from somebody that didn't want it anymore. And one name that I will say, just because I feel no reason to respect this person. This snake was produced by Samson Pruitt.
Trash.
And,
fuck you.
And was sold as a pure Calatoa super dwarf reticulated python.
I'll fucking hit that fool in the face.
The industry has no room for animal abusers, and unfortunately, we leave room for them for some reason. So, and to the untrained consumer, which is mostly Samson's clientele, the unassuming new wide-eyed person who's ready to be manipulated and tricked, they wouldn't know any different that this wasn't a Calatoa, that this was just some normal retic. Maybe it has some dwarf influence somewhere. It's hard to know. Depends on if the bloodline was kept straight. This animal was 2 years old and was like 7 feet long. A big adult female Calatoa, 7 foot at 4 years old. Like, this animal was fed moderately and grew very quickly, very fast. That snake was probably sold for $2,000 to $2,500. And in reality, maybe it's worth a few $100s when represented accurately, based on being an undocumented mutt of whatever localities or whatever. But to the wrong customer is a great way to make some money. And And then on top of that, that person who bought the snake, who now is giving it up because they got fooled, they might be like, fuck this retake thing. You know, I'm over it. This has been too stressful. I don't want to do it anymore.
Right.
Okay,
Easy
cool. You just killed a long-term customer.
Yeah.
You just killed a long-term customer by one bad transaction.
Right.
Like that's, you know, for one, that's bad business, but most, you know, there's very few people who I would consider good business people in this game. But then it perpetuates that issue of misrepresentation. And it's, you know, it's so hard to prove it. You know, I respect the hell out of Andrew for how he does it with his retakes. You know, we'll be talking sometimes and he'll tell me a pairing he does, and I'm like, oh, my brain hurts just listening to you. But he knows to the 0.25% what bloodlines are in that animal, and he'll tell you this is how big the parents were, and this is about how big that this snake's going to be if you feed it normally.
If Andrew's up right now listening to this, I want to just say fuck you, Andrew, because Andrew is, God bless him, as knowledgeable as he is, he's still a young buck. He's still fucking young, just like you, Steven. You guys are well beyond your years, like well beyond your years. But Andrew is somebody like, goddamn, like imagine if Andrew had just half a little bit of my like personality that wants to say shit, because Andrew knows so much, and Andrew is an information gatherer, okay? And the closer you are to Andrew, the closer you are to his information, because Andrew will do and no, Andrew will tap you in. Andrew, dude, if Andrew fucks with you, he wants you to win. That's why I love Andrew. Like he'll give you information. But other than that, no, you're not going to get nothing from him. And that's why, like, God, you guys, please tell Andrew to start a Patreon page, because I already know he would fucking kill it, okay? Because this guy's knowledge behind anything, like I'm talking about super dwarfs, even green trees, even though he's never kept them, scrubs, he's kept them, he's bred them, he has a clutch. I said it, motherfucker, but I'm just saying, dude, you know what I'm saying? Like Andrew is, and we're talking about, right, specifically the Retic community, right? Imagine if Andrew was somebody on the forefront, informational, speaking truth facts about this shit right now. It would be a whole different ball game, because right now the leading push in the Super Dwarf game is somebody, and nothing against Garrett Hartle, I love him, man, like Garrett, but he's a fucking ultimate salesman, and it's happening. Like, it's like, not that he's selling people, but what he's putting out there is for people to like, I want it. By the way, nice tattoo. What the fuck? People got tattoo of his logo. Like, that is nuts.
That's commitment.
I asked Garrett, I'm like, Garrett, what's up with the tattoo? He's like, honestly, I don't even, he was like, I wasn't even expecting that. I was like, what do you mean you weren't expecting that? Like, did someone just bring a fucking, like, they just brought their fucking tattoo tools, and you know what I mean? But like, I'm like looking at Garrett's body, I'm like, where's your tattoo? He's like, I don't got that shit on me. And I'm like, God damn, that's a salesman.
That's, I mean, hey.
Like, what the fuck? Like, that's the ultimate right there. Like, you cannot drop that.
Came up to the booth with the Cold Blooded Cafe logo, I'd probably run away really fast. Like, the fuck is your problem?
I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I have somebody that I recently started fucking with who's helping me. I got a lot. I do, as you know, I have a big change coming to the forefront of this YouTube channel, my logo, a lot of changes happening, and it's my boy, you know what I mean? But this homie has that logo on him, and when I saw that on his forearm, I was like, what the fuck? Like, there was that one flaw. Nothing against the flaw, listen, but I will say to him, he was like, it's more of it's more of a fucking a symbol of me dedicating my life. Because listen, I will tell you right now, if it's one thing that which we haven't got into yet, but if it's one thing that I try to motivate people to do, is believe in their own craft. Steven, I work for myself, only myself, and I think what the fuck was that? Is there a scrub out?
It was a hook.
Okay, all right. Steven, one of the last important phone calls I got at my 9-to-5 gig was you calling me, telling me that Forrest died. Okay. And I was not ready for that phone call. I was very like, what the fuck? You know, like, thrown off. But I just remember like that was me going back to work after being fucked up. Like meaning I wasn't working because of my knee surgery. Like I was off of work for a while, going back to work really depressed, and then Forrest dies, right? And I was like, dude, like what am I like what the fuck am I gonna do now, right? Like what the fuck am I gonna do? And sure enough, I get fired from that 9-to-5 job. Like COVID happened. I get fired. All I have is this podcast. I'm not gonna lie, I had some ball python. I did have the ball python production that really levitated where the podcast took me. But the podcast is what I knew what was driving me to never want to go back to a 9-to-5 again. It wasn't the breeding. It was this podcast. So I try to like uplift people or try to tell people to where if you're really depressed, waking up, lacing your boots or fucking, stuffing your briefcase or whatever the fuck you're doing and you're depressed going to work and you have a craft or you have something that you can bring that could really have a turnaround quicker than you think, then you should do it, right? But like I said, what helped me was the ball python shit. Andrew, I will say this confidently. Sorry, Andrew. Andrew thinks the ball python game is a fucking triangle pyramids. It's a pyramid scheme. It's a pyramid scheme. It's not what it is. Meaning everything that I'm saying is fucking false because I tell people that you can be a full-time ball python breeder and have a sustainable life. But Andrew thinks that I'm a lucky one. Andrew says that I am somebody that's a part of the lucky percentage that not a lot of people are a part of. And for the most part, people are a part of a rat race and they fuck themselves.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it is what it is. And it's not, this is nothing new. I mean, the ball python industry is thousands of people willingly participating in a legal pyramid scheme where 99.9% of them know that they're going to lose. And
hold on. Even with where the ball python, even though I know you're not too keen on the ball python game and where shit's going, but even where people are just brand new coming in, doing what they're doing, making the money that they're making, that's still considered a pyramid scheme is where I'm trying to get at.
Well, I mean, and the reason why, it's a bit of a gray area. It's like nothing illegal is happening, but the money just floats to the top. And the majority of people are following the people who are at the top and are doing what they're doing just years later, investing all their money, making some back, but continuing to reinvest. And from what I've seen and historically speaking, very few people actually make real money doing it. There's a difference between and having an issue with that and being involved with that and enjoying it for what it is. Nothing wrong with that. One thing that I challenge most ball python keepers, I would ask them if tomorrow you could never make a cent off your ball pythons again, are you keeping them all?
I would say yes. I purposely built my collection based off I want to keep what I really like. Oh, and that's why I can really say that. I can't say that for others because there are people who are in the 100, 200 clutch numbers, and I guarantee those numbers are shit that they're like, well, I don't want this. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, you're right. But that's not only with pythons. Unfortunately, let's talk about the retic side of things. You know what I mean? Like,
it could be anything.
Which, yeah, it could be anything. Right.
But the ball pythons will be the main one that you look at. Another other ones you could look at particularly would be like leopard geckos and crested geckos, where if you look at people who are doing them on numbers, you'd say, hey, tomorrow it's illegal. You can't sell these anymore. You can't even breed them. These are just your pets. Are you keeping them all? And if the answer is anything other than yes, I think you should reevaluate your purpose. Because if you told me tomorrow that I can no longer sell scrub pythons, my plans don't change at all. Maybe I'm sad that I spent so much money, but I'm not in a state of regret. I'm not changing anything. and I'm happy I can say it to myself, and that's not me trying to sound better than anybody else. I just think that there needs to be a level of reflection, and then there also needs to be a broadening of the horizons. I just know as and too, you keep a good variety of reptiles. There's so much out there. I don't see why. I don't see why limit yourself so greatly. And I think it pushes the hobby forward to have a variety of species bred with consistency.
Hey, Steven, I'm going to tell you right now, bro, the reason why I'm going so goddamn hard in the paint, by the way, join my Patreon page, but the reason why I go so goddamn hard is because of the fact where not only because of laws, legislations, but just like the homie Ari, fucking God bless him, who just had a fucking fire, right? If something were to go down, something were to happen, I would hope to God that all I need is what's in this room. Like, meaning what I'm saying is what you're saying is what you keep is what matters. I'm in that room. The other room is all solely financial. And I'm not happy about that, but it is what it is, Steven, right? But that's why I go so hard on this. So I don't want that to be that. I hope I can make the trap what this is. And what I mean by this is, what's in here. You know what I mean? This is all my, like, my shit that's like dreamy. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, bro, you got to be not only realistic, but practical. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what if shit were to come down and happen and you couldn't do what you were relying on financially? And I mean, dude, fuck. I'm not too worried, because here's the thing about Cali. Cali's pretty strict as it is. Cali's always been a strict state. Cali's always had its strict laws, right? But when you see floating states, like not floating, but sinking states like Florida, North Carolina, I guess Illinois, can we consider Illinois in this shit now? Like, what the fuck, permits? Like, this is not good. This is a fucking shitty sign for us, especially us vendors. Hello, NARBC is the fucking Super Bowl of reptile shows. Oh, hello, like, bro, and no disrespect to Rami. I love Rami, the king of the West Coast, but we're talking about the fucking Super Bowl. Sorry, Steve. We're talking about the Super Bowl of reptile shows at Jeopardy. Meaning these vendors that are sold out list, more likely probably won't be sold out anymore. Who knows? Who knows? Like, who knows how many people are willing to go through this shit and provide documentation to vend at these shows? It's scary.
It's
Thank you, Mitch. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I mean, really, it'll be interesting to see. I guess that's all I can really say. I encourage people to look at the history of what got us here, and identify the problems, and identify what fixes those. The reptile industry is it's a storied one. It is not extremely old, but it has a pretty rich history, and
dude,
and unfortunately, it has a pretty dark history as well. And it's very it's very public knowledge that the reptile industry was majority founded on crime. Smuggling. Not a lot, but there's some very significant early figures in the reptile industry who were criminals in other walks of life. Be that
the real Scarface, it was in the game.
I mean, the Florida boys, like that back in the day, like that was it. The drug game and the reptile game were very much hand in hand. Both, I mean, obviously the drug game was always illegal, but the reptiles were a lot of illegal activities as well.
But what made the drug game so fucking discreet and unnoticeable was because of the animals. Like, it was animals.
Oh yeah,
that were being and Florida was a hub. Think about Florida as a state being access to all these fucking all these European countries with these animals. Everything came into Florida. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, you know, and it's all nature of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, even where I'm at in San Diego, bro, there's a fucking main ship station. Like, there's a main station where like Dole, like all the fruits come in. What do you think comes in with those fruits? It's fucking cocaine, all this shit from Mexico. It's the same fucking thing. It's what's coming in and coming out of the country. Florida was a part of one of those first piece of importation. Like, it was fucking historical. Like Columbus touching foot on America. Like, that's what we're talking about here. It's crazy. It's fucking nuts.
I mean,
it's seriously nuts. Like, people don't understand the fucking reality of like how original this shit all goes back. Like, before cocaine, it was animals. Before, like, animals is what was able to bring the flow of drugs in. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what it was. It's still to this day. It ain't changed. Hello, goddamn!
No.
Don't come after me.
No, I mean, and you know, not to say that it's gone away, but percentage-wise, people who are, you know, because for the longest time, but then the thing is that it was all gray area because there was no CITES. And to my knowledge, there was no ESA. A lot of these regulatory bodies weren't in place yet. So, you know, I mean, these guys could have animals in their suitcase, say that they're pets. They send them through customs. Was that illegal? Yeah, but the person working the desk didn't know. And a government employee just let them through. So it was a legal thing that they just did. You know, they got approved. But then as time goes on, these regulations keep coming into place. Habits don't change. And then scrutiny comes down.
One of the worst habits with importation with a certain species, which I don't work with to this day, because luckily I look up to people like you, Abronia. Okay, let's talk about Abronia on how easy it is to get something that is illegally fucking and consistently imported into this country, especially where I'm from, right? And I was telling you species available in my area, and you're like, bro, that is not captive born and bred. Like, everything you kept telling me, no. But how do other people determine that yes or no, right? And that's another thing. Like, that's like, right? I mean,
it's a tough one. It's a difficult discussion because I feel like you know, and I don't want to speak negatively on the animals, but what I'll speak negatively on is how I feel like Abronia is probably the biggest historical case of the hobby, as the hobby being the cause of smuggling and population decrease, as opposed to the reaction. A lot of species that are in captivity in the United States, and really around the world, but you know, we'll talk about the United States, got their foundation from smuggling. Majority of Australian reptiles in captivity, their ancestors were smuggled. Good amount of Mexican wildlife in the United States, Abronia, for instance, smuggled. Tortoises, Madagascan tortoises and stuff like that. Like, there's a lot of reptiles that were smuggled, and a lot of times there's, you know, the process by which these animals become legal. They're smuggled, they're seized, they go to a zoo legally because the animals need to go somewhere. The zoo produces them from their legal stock. Boom, there you go. And now they're, you know, they got disseminated into the hobby. And then here we are today, where, you know, you're buying a carpet python and you're not tracing that back to a smuggled animal. It would be impossible. And you know, that animal is as far from the wild as it could possibly be. So there's no connection, but the history just is what it is. With Abronia, the hobby popularity that came about caused a stir with the people who were smuggling these animals. Like, oh wow, we should keep doing this more because they're selling. And you know, I mean, these animals they're CITES animals. A few of the species are CITES 1. These are animals that are not prolific. They don't produce a lot. They're sensitive. You their wild populations are some less stable than others, some critically endangered, and they have habitats that are either slowly or rapidly going away. But I don't have numbers on this. I just, I see trends, and I can't imagine that that the wild population of Abronia, hasn't been equally hurt by habitat loss as it was hurt by smuggling. I would probably assume that it was hurt more by smuggling than habitat loss at this point.
Since we're basically on the realm of this topic already, for anyone, because if it's one thing I get, like I don't even bother energy putting into, unless you're a part of my Patreon page, then I'll correct you, right? But if you're out there with something that looks pretty dehydrated, right, and you're claiming it's USCBB, and you can't really tell me at least what the parents are, right? I mean, what are some people to really kind of understand the realization of what a USCBB should look like, or what should be like, no matter what the species is, you know what I mean? Because it should be pretty, Stephen, for one thing, no matter what it is, it should be pretty easy to document anything that's bred here at this point, right?
Oh, I mean, everyone has a phone.
It's
take
easy.
A picture of a walk, take a picture of the eggs.
Too easy.
Come on.
No questions asked. That's what really frustrates me. Like really, come on.
And I think, a lot of it comes down to being a smart buyer. You go to a reptile show and you should be able to determine which tables are selling captive bred animals and which tables are flipping wild caught animals. It's really, really straightforward. I mean, you walk up to that guy, hey, is that captive bred? Of course it is. Look at the rest of that table. Come on. Be real with yourself. But some people might just be totally ignorant or uneducated to that, and that's where the confusion can happen. So it's familiarizing yourself with a species, doing research before buying something, not jumping in before you have the knowledge that you should, because for something like Abronia, let's talk about it on a positive note. There are a good number of people who are breeding these animals in captivity and taking phenomenal care of the animals, understanding the climate they come from, their cycling, neonate care, and nutrition, supplementation. People who I look up to greatly, people who I see the project in the hands of, and I feel very confident that those animals have a good future because of the good people working with them. But if you talk to that person at a show, it'll be so obvious within seconds of starting a conversation, because as soon as you say, hey, you got those calico Abronia Lytherkyla right there, tell me about them, you're not going to get that person to shut up. They're talking about that animal for 20 minutes because they're so passionate about it. They put all their hard work and their resources into making those captive bred neonates a thing. And now they want to put these animals in the right hands to kind of further the progress of this and eventually create a market or just a cultural situation where smuggling becomes obsolete. There's a lot of cases of reptiles that smuggling has in turn somewhat saved wild populations. For instance, cyclura iguanas. All the founding stock for the most part of the cyclura iguanas, other than animals that had kind of come in on through zoos on legal collection permits, were smuggled back in the day. And they're on small islands, the population's in decline, and people have figured out how to breed them in captivity to the point where it wasn't viable to smuggle these animals anymore. And then there was no reason to take them out of the wild, implement an in situ conservation project, and boom, now you have a healthy population again. supported by a healthy captive population. That's when everything works perfectly. But
Right.
but that's not the case with some of this stuff, and it's unfortunate to have both sides of it. You just hope to be able to highlight the good, call out the bad, and slowly wean that away until we actually are in the place that we want to be collectively as a hobby. But it's another thing where people got to be on the same page about it. There can't be infighting going on when the answer is pretty cut and dry. And not without a fair try at it, but like you weed out the people that are hurting the cause.
I mean, okay, so if you want to talk about infighting, right? Like we're just talking about how I in a sense, the conjure community I respect, because when there is beef, there are people who are who feel like who can make a change, will go out and do something, or will try to, and that's like who I said, Patrick, Bill, and that's basically it. So whatever. But then you also have another piece of the community, which we're talking about, which is just basically one after another, and they're just going after each other, cutthroat. But what I'm concerned about is the evidence being the biggest piece of everything, and what's done in dark will always come to light, Steven. Meaning what I'm saying is, and you know this, whatever you're getting away with right now, whatever shit that you're pulling off, eventually the spotlight will hit it, and you're going to be exposed. And I feel like with the Superdwarf and Reptek game, there's some shit that's going back and forth to where it doesn't look either party doesn't look good right now. It's kind of concerning to me. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Because at the end of the day, like you gotta understand, other than the ball python game, which we hold on tightly to, we do. Ball pythons are the foundation of what we live off of right now. Every fucking snake community lives off the ball python community because that's what's growing the biggest. Other than that, what else is there? Fucking people getting reached out reptile tattoos. That's what it is, okay? Pretty creepy, I'm not gonna lie. But whatever. That's what's happening. But then you also have people who are involved in that community who's just as knowledgeable, been around just as long, and they don't fuck around. And I mean, we all know. I mean, there's a character out there named Rodney. Shout out to, I will say shout to Rodney. Rodney is somebody who is fucking wild. Oh my God, he's wild. He should be on this show already. And day by day, it's going to happen, right? But at the end of the day, I feel like this guy's not letting off what he believes in. Like, whatever it is that he is on a fucking hoorah about is only getting, like, bigger, okay? So that means bigger conflicts, bigger back and forth, which is going to only make things tougher as a whole.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's tough to accept.
And it's hard to watch from the outside in.
It's like two fucking trains. It's like literally, it's tough because right now a lot of this war's via Facebook, right? But I sent you the snapshot of what I got earlier, and that was via Instagram. Okay. And this person is like trying to represent Rodney now. This person's in I don't know if I can't remember what he said, but he seems like he's pretty fucking, I don't know. It seems like he's on the more educational side of things and biological side of shit, which we'll talk later about that, but still not a part of Facebook. This is a part of Instagram now. And this shit is only going to spread more and more. Okay. So here we are, trying to fucking, yay, USARK, which we haven't even talked about that yet. God bless us. But, like, hey, yay, USARK, let's fight us against people like PETA. But now we have people fighting against within our own community. You know what I'm saying? And that's an even more concern, Steven. We're only talking about concerns right now. It sucks, but what the fuck?
Yeah, it sucks. And
it
the
does.
The whole situation is terrible.
It's not a good time right now. It's not. And we're just being real. It's not like unity is not it right now. This is not at all.
And to me, the worst part of it all is, if we're looking specifically at the Retic thing, is it's Team Rodney versus Team Garrett.
Yeah.
And who's talking about the snakes anymore?
What? Say that again.
Are we talking about the snakes anymore? Like,
No, we're not. No, but because unfortunately we're not. That's in that, dude.
It's
What
not
a
about snakes
fucking
anymore.
point.
It's about which dogma you subscribe to. It's about the religion of retics, that you're picking.
So true.
And it's like, man, it's sad. It's sad to lose that. It's sad to lose these snakes. It's a shame that they've been lost to the drama, especially when retics are the first things on the chopping block. Like, retics were already regulated before. You couldn't transport them over state lines. Thank God for USARK for getting that ruling overturned. If that didn't happen, we couldn't have this conversation right now.
Shout out to Phil Goss.
We couldn't. Shout out to Phil Goss. Shout out to USARK. If that ruling had been upheld, there would be no super dwarf retic community, because reach out reptiles doesn't exist without shipping over state lines. Prehistoric pets, even though I know it's not, but it's retic still doesn't exist. Bob Clark, nobody. It's over. Especially with how mass produced retics are. So when there's so many hours in the day, when there's so much brain power in a human being, to focus your time on what is being focused on now compared to what should be focused on, it's pathetic. And if and when everything goes away, the retic community will have no one to blame but themselves for wasting all of their goddamn time.
I think this. I think regardless what Garrett is doing, cannot be more powerful than him bringing people together, especially wanting to get tattoos. Like, okay, yeah, that's crazy. But I'm saying, like, I think there should be a certain line that needs to be drawn to where a retic is a retic. Like, no matter how fucking tiny this motherfucker is. Like, our boy Andrew had a retic on a breeder loan that killed a girl that was 7 feet. That ain't shit. 7 feet ain't shit. And that is supposed to be like, I don't know. If you have a real super dwarf, the smaller end is still going to be 7 foot.
I mean, we got a pure Kalatoa girl here that's over 7 foot now. She's 4 years old.
Right.
I don't feed her a ton.
And that's all it takes, bro. Like, think about a 7 foot aggressive male. Like something that doesn't fuck around. Why do you think I can't say eliminated, but I let go of over 13 mainlands I was really in love with, Steven. I loved them.
A retic that wasn't that much bigger than that killed a person.
Dude, that's what I'm saying. And Andrew was the one to tell me, like, bro, it does not take much. If it's one thing about Andrew, he does keep it real with the people he sells these snakes to. And that's all that needs to happen, is just keep this shit 110% real. This is going to come to a topic which I was hoping we got to, obviously. By the way, I know there's things you want to get to. I hope we're getting to stuff you want to get to tonight, Steven.
This is all good. All good.
Okay,
so 2 hours, so we got time.
So listen, one thing that I'm really standing really tough on, bro, is animals being handled in public. Like, animals in general. And let's talk about reptiles. Let's just talk specifically. Like, I'm not a mammal guy, obviously, right? I can't speak for the mammals, but this is specifically talking about monitors. Or usually, I can't even speak about monitors. Let's talk about snakes. Snakes want to be left the fuck alone. I will, like, if God were to tell me, okay, MJ, in 2 years, a snake's gonna want to speak and answer on this, and go ahead and bet what you think, I would bet every fucking dollar I have in my bank account, every snake, every relationship on the line, saying that snake is going to say, leave me the fuck alone. Don't fucking touch me. Okay, touch me when there's shit in my cage, but leave me alone after that. What I'm saying is, these snakes being exposed around these big crowds, on my shoulder, that shit, not the fucking vibe whatsoever.
No.
I'm very against that. And this is why I stand tough against people who feel like, sorry, I don't get that vibe from my snake. My snake tells me otherwise. Like, how? Like, what the fuck are you telling me right now? And I don't know where I was going with that, but go ahead.
I gotta charge my computer real quick. Hold on.
God damn, I drained the energy from the laptop. 2 hours, 50 minutes deep. We're still going, guys. If you're just tapping in, get the likes up. Let's hit the likes for me and my boy Steven. This round 2 is going pretty solid. I gotta say, pretty solid. Once we get this charger plugged in, which I think I heard it plugged in,
It's
we'll be good to go.
Yeah, I have definitely an interesting situation with the charger here.
Are you okay?
Well,
okay? Normally, you just plug it in and that's it. I mean, that's how mine works.
When you're using somebody else's computer, that oh, for fuck's sake, man! When the charger port is quite literally broken in half, and you got to make sure the wires touch and then don't come untouched.
This episode is brought to you by Cold Blooded Cafe. Please go to www.coldbloodedcafe.com. $30 flat rate shipping. #1 frozen thawed rodent company in the game. Desiree's asleep right now, but Desiree, thank you for your super chat. Love you. Hope you're sleeping good. Tell Lars I says hi, and I hope Steven figures out his fucking charger situation, because this is getting ridiculous.
This is getting ridiculous. I will give you that much.
We're losing viewers by the second, which is unfortunate.
But I guess to continue talking, God, are you kidding me? This is annoying.
Why? Okay, Steven, you act like a fucking first-time podcaster. Why wouldn't you have this shit already plugged in pre-show?
Well,
I don't understand. Like you just start a live without your fucking laptop being charged, like without having it plugged in, like having it plugged in. Are you good now?
It was 100% better. All right, yeah. As long as I don't touch a damn thing, I should be okay.
Don't touch it.
I won't touch it.
God damn it.
So basically,
we're back.
Long story short, the laptop I normally use is indisposed. So I'm using my dad's laptop. Shout out to Ken. He was in the chat earlier.
Hey, Ken, drop a super chat if you're still in the building.
The wires on this charger are cut, like and so like I'm fucking playing an electrician over here. Anyway, support Cold Blooded Cafe. They need a new charger. Amen, brother. So anyway, I think we're back. I think we're back now.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that on your point that I saw, I think it was like a Side Talk NYC video with these cripped out dudes on the street with these 13-foot retics with their mouths hanging open, looking like they're dead. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Everything bad about what we could be doing right there. I don't know. It's so hard to give that any attention, I'd like to think that nobody who's listening to this podcast takes their snakes out in public. They're not dogs. Yeah.
It's funny you say that because, we were giving shit to the homie Matthew Summers earlier, which how can you not? Too easy. But, God bless him. The guy's a homeowner in California. Just this year getting into chondros, getting into emeralds, but, sending us very shitty photos of indoor pics of these animals. And I'm like, Matthew, what are you fucking doing, bro? Like, you're in Cali. Wake up, 8 a.m., that fucking blue light, fucking daylight type shit that we get. Take a shot outside. His answer, bro, I can't, man. My neighbor will call the HOA. Well, we're on we can only have so many exotics in our HOA. Like, what the fuck? So some people
allegedly.
Allegedly. But I'm just saying, it's like some people are so scared to even take their animals outside nowadays.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, I can't blame him.
Me neither. But now he does, thank God. Matthew grew some balls, in a sense.
Well, I mean, but it's being cautious. As reptile keepers, we're under a level of constant scrutiny from the public, from anybody who has a judgmental mind, so to speak. Like, it just is what it is. looking as professional as you can is one of the most important things you can do. And, curating your public image, so to speak, is part of the game at this point. Obviously everyone's collections, things go wrong. There's things that you wouldn't want to show, but, not to be ashamed of anything, but there's a level of professionalism that you need to put forward, so that we as a community can continue doing this and hopefully gain traction, gain reputation, gain credibility. You got to kind of treat your collection like your own private zoo in a way.
So we can't really rule out the fact that what's happening with the NARBC Tinley show could be something that could give us all reality check to make us all better keepers. Like, this may be something, because you got to understand too, like this could just be this year. Next year could be different, right?
You just don't know.
You just don't know. Either way, this is a step forward to where we should all fucking really step back and be ready. You know what I'm saying?
It's an eye opener, is what it is. It's not terrible. It's not the end of the world. It's not any of this, but it's just another overstep. That's really what it is. It's just they're pushing a little more. They're seeing what they can take, and they keep pushing, and they'll keep pushing. One of the biggest issues that plagues the reptile industry right now is that and kind of has and will, is that we're not politicized. I don't think there's really an argument. There's no one argument that is the answer here. But if we compare reptile ownership to gun ownership, I think it's not a direct comparison, but it's close. When you think of gun ownership, you think of the NRA. When you think of the NRA, that is right-wing stuff. That's right-wing stuff. When you think of animal rights, that is, PETA, Humane Society. That's as far extreme, like, religious leftism as you can possibly get. What's
way
reptiles?
over there.
What's reptiles?
We're definitely more right than left. I could say that much.
but I would, and yes, but I would say for the people who I've known over my time in reptiles, a majority of them I would probably say would consider themselves liberal.
Yeah,
that's not a bad thing. That's just who they are.
Nothing wrong with that.
And I'm not even saying
myself.
I'm not saying even what I am. I'm not too political of a person as far as I don't like picking sides. I think that's part of the nature of why we have so many problems. But the unfortunate thing is in politics, if you're not on a side, both sides are against you. And that's one of the problems that we're facing, is that we don't have the support of a party. Yeah, we have pretty clear opposition on the left from the animal rights, but we don't necessarily have political support. And that's going to be, in the long run, a pretty big hole in the plan of keeping this thing afloat for the long term. And I'm not saying that the reptile community should pick a party, because that's never going to happen. This is more as an observation than anything else.
Yeah, it's definitely not about picking a party whatsoever.
No, but it's about politics. It's about the political system, and who the powers that be that allow things to exist. Because we all know at the end of the day that the almighty dollar rules every decision that gets made, and unfortunately, the reptile industry is not one that is as well funded as some of these other industries. We're not animal agriculture. We're not guns. We're not animal rights. We're not pharmaceuticals. We're not we're not any of these. But some I just, to me, one thing I'm surprised has never really happened is some sort of lofty political connection associated with the reptile industry. Something like, so, I don't know, someone out there who keeps reptiles has to know a senator or something like that, or politicians themselves that are reptile keepers.
Well, I mean, okay. Well, I mean, one of my biggest things I didn't really didn't get a chance to get to, or maybe I just didn't want to fucking put it out there, was how many big top creators that were at this Animal Con event that never represent or talk about USARK at all. Period. And I'm talking about these are people connected to celebrities, like people that are like connected to like that big name who knows could get us on a news clip or some shit.
Yeah.
Which I don't understand. Why is it that difficult? Like why is the line in the sand drawn so thick between the people who support USARK and who don't? Like, do you see flaws within USARK that we don't?
I wouldn't say flaws. I just think that everyone looks at USARK as this panacea. This USARK will fix everything, and then it creates a lack of accountability elsewhere. I've known Phil Goss for a long time, and too much is just Phil will figure it out. USARK will figure it out, and then anything that is presented as a solution or an aid just then in turn puts more on the back of USARK.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we support USARK. We'll never stop supporting USARK, but that can't be our only solution. USARK can't be the only solution. And again, I'll emphasize nothing to be taken away from it, but we can't look at that as, we preach USARK and we can stick our head back in the sand because they'll make everything better. They're an organization, and they have, luckily, the support of I would say a good part of the hobby. But I think we need to reach out a bit further than that to really see what we want to see, and in collaboration with them. This is not a who can do it better kind of conversation. It's can we do it better as a whole, and
I definitely feel like we shouldn't be crutching on USARK, like, especially if you're somebody who knows that they could actually talk to somebody else who could lead to something else. Because listen, Phil Goss is only, he can only do so much. And one thing I love about Phil Goss, he doesn't paint himself to be a fucking Batman. You know what I'm saying? Like, he keeps this shit as realistic as possible. And that's just how we could really, that's the best we can expect from somebody like who's in charge of something like USARK. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, like, we're doing none of ourselves any better if we're not doing what we can in our own areas. And, it even dawned on me, like, thank God Rami dropped over like a fucking stack full of USARK fucking type fucking pamphlets and whatnot, which, I just went to a couple pet shops in my area and just dropped them off. Like, can I leave these here in front? And like, just doing that little bit. If you go to a pet store that's a mom and pop shop and they know nothing about USARK, be that one to fucking tell them about USARK. Yeah. That's all it takes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean, up until the Lacey Act literature was dropped out of the bills that were introduced federally, we had flyers that we were putting in every rodent box, information about USARK, how to be a part of fighting the legislation, and that's great. Reactionary effort like that is great, but what really is going to make the difference is proactive effort. I really feel that nobody's taking that proactive effort. USARK wins again, and then we all just we can forget about it for a little while. That's what happens. And then, oh no, big scary bill. oh shit, I forgot about that thing from a year ago, USARK. Let's do that again. Let's do the USARK thing again. What about that time in between? What kind of progress could you have made? Or were you fighting about whether a super dwarf grows to be 6 or 8 feet long?
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's what it is. Or are you debating about if this ball python guy is a dick, or if you should keep your chondros bioactive or sterile? Like, that's what we spend our time on, is rehashing the same dumb bullshit that we've been rehashing for fucking ever, instead of actually trying to make sure that this industry can stay alive for a longer period of time than it might at the moment. Really? And it's sad to watch, being one person, only being able to, as an individual, have so much impact, because nothing's going to be done on a significant scale as one person. Being like, man, this could all be so great if everyone just put their own agenda aside, their will, their need to be right aside, their ego, and combined all that mental and physical effort that's put towards infighting, and do something significant with it. Do something to actually push the needle, to enrich the lives of the animals, to improve husbandry, to make observations about your own collection that you can quantify, start talking about it with other people, discover something new about a species that you work with that will improve husbandry and captivity, improve breeding, create a more stable captive gene pool to not have to rest on imports to supply a market. That's part of the reason for me that I from when I first started with them, with scrub pythons, why I felt so compelled to do it was because they were being bred, but not in great numbers, and there were a lot of imports coming in. And there's always talks of Indonesia shutting down, Africa shutting down. I mean, you can't get Indonesian imports into Europe anymore. Like, this could be a very real thing. So let's create a stable captive market to do our best to support the wild population. And the propaganda is normally like, oh, reintroduction, this or that or the other thing. The truth is, reintroduction of reptiles into the wild, especially foreign countries, is such a rigorous process that any hobbyist is doing it. Your animals aren't going to be reintroduced. Like, it's just at that point, that's just kind of a form of virtue signaling. If you're talking about that, there's zoological organizations that are working with universities and stuff in the United States to do reintroduction programs, but then they're also talking about biosecurity, gut flora, the just basic components of gut flora in the wild component or wild population compared to the captive population. What we're doing is to support captivity. In turn, captivity can support the wild. But let's not get it twisted that what we're doing is some sort of virtuous form of conservation that is going to, that justifies this indefinitely. Like, we need to work towards constantly improving what we're doing for the betterment of the animals, and always trying to find a way to, evolve our purpose and can continue to push the needle beyond, okay, we're comfortable just sitting here being all right enough with how we do this, to where I don't really care to innovate anymore. I don't care to critically think about what I'm doing. Let's just go along. Let's try to make more money. Let's try to convince people that they can get rich off of this. To me, it's just sad when we reach points like that as a hobby. It gives me this kind of this doom feeling. Especially when because there's a few that have always, like, ball pythons are the obviously the ultimate example of that, and there's nothing saying that wild ball python populations are in decline. So in that respect, you know, the hobby supported the wild just fine.
Hey, Steven, what I have to ask you? What did you think of the Dave Kaufman ball python movie?
I didn't watch it.
Why is that?
I don't usually watch reptile stuff.
Yeah, but come on. I mean, ball python, like that's something that goes back to you from, you know.
No, I mean, not like I wouldn't. I didn't watch it, so I can't comment on it.
But there's no reason behind why you wouldn't ever watch it, or you just haven't gotten to it.
I just haven't watched it. Like, not with an intention of not watching it. I just haven't, so I can't comment on it.
Now, is that only because you have no reason to give a fuck about ball pythons, or
No, it's
like,
just
because if it was like Malukans, you'd be all over it, right? Obviously.
Oh, I'd be sure. I probably would be more quick to watch something about scrub pythons or Mexican rattlesnakes or something that I just am more interested these days about learning about. But it's nothing against the topic or the person, or I'm very busy and I barely watch anything as it is ever, other than like Instagram reels that I send to the group chat
and Trap Talk.
So exactly. So yeah, I mean, from what I've heard, it kind of showed a side of ball pythons that the hobby kind of tries to avoid thinking about, right?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, ball pythons come from a goddamn third world country, okay? We come from a place that is not nearly closely as luxurious as we see ball pythons, meaning pet store, even though we see them fucked up places like Petco and shit like that. Dave exposed these ball pythons into some situations that were like, holy shit, meaning not only did you see him in the wild, which I was happy about that movie because, it served my, theory right, to where like I feel like ball pythons want to be hidden, they want to be away, they want to be like they were always underground, and it took a fucking guidesman to say, yeah, they do come out and they do crawl the branches and they do perch when it rains, like when there's rain, like when there's a reason to come out and go on the branches. Of course they'll come out and they'll fucking go on the branches, but once it's no reason to drink water or eat or anything else, they fucking go right back underground. And that's where they go. And yeah, I was like, dude, you could just tell with the behavior of a ball python. Why are they balled up? They want to be left alone. They want to be fucking just in the most secure place possible. Doesn't mean every snake's like that. That's for damn sure. And that's where I feel like a lot of things kind of go fucking, fucked up. Like, keeping retics in tubs or anything like that. Like a retic needs something to go fucking expand. I could tell you that much. I feel like retics would love to just do its thing, and I feel like even ball pythons do it to a sense, but at the end of the day,
males will climb frequently.
Everything will climb. Doesn't matter what the fuck it is, it's gonna climb. It's humans will climb. We climb. You can't tell me even a fucking short tail fucking python will climb to get to a drink of water if it needs to. You know what I'm saying? Not that it needs it, but I will say though, I didn't feel right keeping retics that weren't able to perch. Like I knew retics needed room. Like they are somebody to where if you don't give them room, you'll see their face afterwards. They'll fucking shove it to fucking, goddamn smithereens. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, that's why ball pythons, I feel like, will always reign supreme when it comes to America's favorite snake pet, because it could go through a lot. Like, it's hard to kill a ball python.
No, I mean,
you gotta be a fucking idiot to kill a ball python, really.
I'm not throwing any shade on ball pythons. We keep ball pythons, and it's just it's true that this is what these snakes are, and that they lead, they have a lifestyle and behavior patterns that support captivity, that support a large-scale breeding operation, while not being abusive to the animals. Where a reticulated python, not quite the same. I couldn't stomach shoving an adult scrub python in a CV70 tub, but an adult ball python that has been proven over the years to be more than adequate. And it's taking things case by case. Not all these animals are the same. They don't have the same requirements. They don't all have the same habits, and they shouldn't all be treated the same.
Yeah. And that's what I really feel. What's so important to people who are so dialed in with that one species, especially once you are doing it full time, because Steven, I know you have not met as many as successful. I mean, I could be wrong, but over the last 2 years, I don't think you've met as many as successful ball python breeders as I have, because you're in your own world, like you're doing your own thing. But I personally have seen some ball python breeders that are doing really fucking well. You know what I'm saying?
And I'm not saying that they don't exist either.
Right. But what I'm saying is, I feel like everyone that I'm talking about that does really well does so many well in different aspects. Either they're invested in other companies or they're just good at other things. Mm-hmm. But if you're somebody that's good at getting something that you love out there, ball pythons is one of the best things to be a part of. Okay. But then again, at the end of the day, we can't determine what the future holds with these fucking shows that need permit. I mean, I don't know. It's gonna get dicey, bro. That's the thing.
I would just like to see more niche markets sprout up, just personally. Like, just as far as like, I'd like to go to a reptile show and see 20 tables that specialize in something weird and oddball. Not even weird, just something atypical. I wouldn't call it weird. Have a table that is doing locality specific pine snakes and stuff like that, or somebody who's really into the Tenosaura genus, or like Herp Time Armin, like his table at Pomona. It's so cool to see somebody who's so into their one thing.
Armin is gangster as fuck. I fuck with Armin.
I respect the hell out of what he's done, because that's who else has a setup like that? Maybe other people do, but who's making it public? Who's educating about it?
Armin's gangster,
and and I bet that he sells a lot of animals, but he's not pitching. Here's the annul get rich quick scheme. Here's why I like them. Here's how I set them up, and you'll like them too.
He had United States Captain born and bred McCrae at his table. What the fuck? That was nuts. Expensive, don't get me wrong, but fuck, it was sick.
But I mean, that's a good example of what I'm talking about. Of somebody who found their lane, went all out with it, and people are following suit. People are taking an interest because they saw somebody care so much about something, and it's not about the money to them. But the money might come, and that's the thing. I have nothing wrong with people making money off of this. I just want the intentions to be right.
Can we keep it a fucking 100 right now, to where everything you're doing strategically move-wise with your scrubs is to benefit the financial side of things with your scrub projects, period?
Oh, sure. Between me, Desiree, like, we put a lot of money into this, and I don't want to not see it back, but I want to see it back the way that I feel is responsible for the animals.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna flesh peddle scrubs. I'm not gonna hype them up to pretend to be something they're not. I'm not gonna trick people. If it works out the way that we see it working, great. If it doesn't, oh well. But I don't want to compromise my integrity for the sake of making my money back. Although I would like to make my money back.
I love talking best case scenarios because I feel like certain people are gonna have that in their life. You're one of them, I could tell. Let's talk about best case scenario 1 years, meaning if you could determine how many females go for you in 1 year, scrub wise, what would that number be?
I think in the long run, the perfect number is probably like 10 clutches a year for me.
Okay, so that's not too crazy, but still, if you were to average 9-10 per clutch, you would say?
Sure.
That's still a lot of scrubs. That's still a lot of
100 babies a year. I think with the popularity increase and obviously we're not going to be the only ones producing them either. Like 4 or 5 people in the country produce scrub pythons this year, and it's wonderful to see.
So like, if it's one thing I do respect Reach Out Reptiles for is how they document the products that they sell. They have a good way of like, stamping or labeling the snake, right? So do you have a good system in play for your animals right now? Like, are you keeping like good serial records for each hatchling at this point?
Yeah, for sure. One thing that I don't have in place yet is like a system that anybody could like tap into a database with. I could, sell somebody the snake, tell them the entire history, pictures of the parents, of siblings, of copulation, laying, hatching, all. I have all of that. I just don't have it centralized, and that's something that I want to work on before pushing this out there. I mean, before it gets too big, where I lose the opportunity to start it off the right way. It's and like what Reach Out Reptiles does, and what other people, or like what Andrew does, how the records they keep on what is going into those pairings. I respect the hell out of it, and I hope to emulate it with what we're doing with the scrubs.
I mean, for anyone out there confused what direction to take right now with Super Doors, what would you say? Like, for anyone out there listening to this podcast, hearing what they're hearing, and they want, like, because you understand, man, I fucking love Reptics, bro, and it was tough. Like, it really is tough for me to let go of my mainlands, but at that point, they were already so big. I was seeing what was capable of them doing what they do when it gets too small in their enclosure, and I was blessed enough to find the right homes for them. But people out there who aren't even at that point yet, but want to get into this game, what from your experience, what direction would they take? What should they take? I mean,
I don't know. I'm not going to discourage anybody. I think do it for the love of the animals. Do it out of the fascination for the snakes. If the financial incentive is part of your reasoning, I would say, take a step back and assess your intentions. If you're looking to get into any reptile for the sake of making money only, just don't turn around, run away. Find something you're passionate about, find something that you love, and then turn it into an economic means through the love of the animals. Not love the animals because of what they can do for you. And I think that it's the same end, but it's a different approach, and I think it shows. And like Ed Marino, do you think he breeds basins just for the money? He makes a lot of money breeding basins, but I would assume, I don't know for a fact, but the amount of precision that guy puts into his product and the pride he takes in it, I would have to assume means infinitely more to him than any dollar amount that he could get for those snakes.
I think the biggest thing you just said right now about Ed Marino was pride. Ed Marino is a prideful individual. What he does, he stands by very fully, and it's just a lot more than the basins, and that's what makes Ed Marino. Yeah. Ed Marino is just, I mean, he's Ed Marino. Like, I don't give a fuck what you have to say. Period. If you're in the basin game, Ed Marino's king. Period. End of the story. Doesn't matter what the fuck you have to say about it. Yeah. But he's also king of other things. I feel like he's somebody who's so grounded at so many things, and I feel like anyone who's respected at what they do in this industry has so many other things that they're accomplishable about. And I don't know, man. I feel like the biggest thing I want to know from you right now, Steven, is we have somebody like Justin Kabelka, right, who's basically the front leader of the ball python industry. Him getting into stuff like the green tree pythons and even the super door for ticks. Good thing or bad thing? What's your take on that?
I mean, as you know, that's like the best thing I feel like someone like Justin can do. He's in a very interesting position, as you know. If we're being honest, he's the peak of the pyramid. He's the number one guy in the world with ball pythons, and I've been following his work for I'll say 10 years now. You know, I was
since you were 4. I'm just kidding.
exactly. You know, like I watched his first YouTube videos when they came out, and he did not start from the top. You know, he was not a top guy.
Oh, he was a nobody.
One thing that I've always kind of admired was that he's always had vision.
Yeah.
When nobody else did, when everyone else was just following trends, he was setting them.
He had vision he stuck to. Like, he always stuck to what he fucking saw, bro. And that's all you need to do, man. Like, hello, like, you know.
And that, you know, for me, with the scrub pythons, there was a few, you know, I took inspiration from different places, but I you know, he was one of the places that I was like, I can take what I see here, apply it in a different way where, you know, it's different because he did it from within ball pythons, and I'm, you know, my hope was to branch out from outside ball pythons, but nobody was really messing with recessives until Justin Kabelka came along. They were around, but no one really cared the way that they do now. And he always had that next thing that no one thought about, and he just produced it. And he would just show people basically why they should like it, and he's a, you know, brilliant mind for marketing, and you know, he cemented himself at the top. And then there's people that, you know, I mean, would do whatever the hell he said. Buy this, okay. And you know, and he grew that market.
He makes a gene become relevant overnight. It's crazy.
Oh, I mean, like the red stripe gene.
Yeah.
Holy shit, that was a garbage gene. Went from you can't sell that for
$40 to $450.
No, to like 4,500. Then like you couldn't buy a red stripe within a week of the fucking Pompeii video. Because at that point I was already straying away from ball pythons a bit, but I was paying attention, and I saw that happen. I'm like, oh my, really? I guess good for you, but like, people want to be told what to do that bad, huh? That snake's incredible, but no one else thought of, you know, no one else even had the foresight to try to think about something new.
Well, hold on though, Steven. I mean, here's the thing. Red stripe should have never been devalued, but it got devalued. Justin brought it back to life. Red stripe makes so much shit that's popping right now relevant. Like, if it wasn't for red stripe, a lot of shit wouldn't be what it is. So red stripe, it deserves where it needs to be right now, 110%.
I'm not saying
but that's what makes the ball python game so beautiful, bro. Like, you never know what's going to be popping and what's not. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's a player part of the ball python game. Not a lot of people understand that.
I'll pose to you, and I guess anybody, like what's the end goal with the ball pythons?
This is fucking, there's no, it just keep, I mean, for me personally, it's about the money. That's it. Plain and simple. I don't keep the ball pythons the same way I keep what I'm in this room for. And that's a scary thing. I don't like that. Trust me. I mean, I don't. Like, if something were to happen, like real shit, like if it came down to like where government looked at the shit that I was doing, like I was keeping meth, well then I'm sorry, but you could go to war with me for what I have here. Take my ball pythons, you know, which sucks. This is why I go so hard on the podcast. I hope this would be something something that outweighs the ball python so much, but right now it doesn't. Not even close. The ball python makes me so much money, bro. It's like I'm so blessed. Like, I'm happy to be where I'm at. Like, I am. But it's like I feel like it's too good to be true. Like, I feel like it's just a matter of time where this shit is not going to be what it is right now, and that's just me being practical. You know, it's scary.
It's something to think about for anybody. Yeah. And you know, it all comes back to like,
do what you love. That's what it comes down to.
I want people to, you know, audit themselves, check your intentions.
Check
You
your
know,
intentions. I love that, man. That's a big one. That's as simple as it sounds. So powerful. Like check. Like why do you keep what you keep? And that's what scares me, bro. Like honestly, like I will say, the ball pythons I keep are ball pythons I legitimately want to make. Like I have a mission and passion, but also I have 20 or 25 available right now for sale that I want to get rid of. And you know, not that I'm worried about selling them, but that's only going to be a time where I can't sell them. You know, if that makes sense. And I just I want it to be where if that were the day, like no matter how old I am, no matter how old you are, if that's the day where I'm like, fuck, you can't sell what you breed, I pray to God, what I have, I love and I want it, and that's it. And that's it. And I don't know.
yeah.
I want to retire what I have in this room. That's what I really want someday. Period.
Yeah, and I just think, you know, not that it's doom and gloom. The hobby is going to go away, but like, you know, what if anybody was faced with that dilemma of, hey, in a month we're landlocked. Your collection is your collection because you are you keep reptiles as pets. Are you happy with what you're doing? With no goal other than you just enjoy having these as part of your life. What does that look like to anybody? To you, to me, to anyone else? What does that world look like? And does that look like what anyone's collection does right now? What anyone's purpose with the animals is right now? Does it look the same? And I'll say for myself, it doesn't. You know, it doesn't look like it.
My big thing is like I know that they're the most noob reptile keeper could keep a ball python alive. Like somebody who just started liking snakes could get a ball python and figure out what to do to keep it alive for years.
Yeah, for sure.
And that's fine, right?
And that's what makes ball pythons so great.
That's what makes ball pythons the #1 American snake, right? But there's some people who can't even do that end of that. Like there's some people who don't have not even that much in them to do something to keep the well-being of a snake like that.
Yeah, but you know, there's unfit parents, there's unfit dog owners, there's unfit drivers. You know, if we're talking, you know, extremes here. I want to talk about people who are doing this, you know, well enough to not be ostracized. You know, you're not somebody who's not an animal abuser, somebody who, you know, is following the preachings of you know, those who attend animal or were panelists at Animal Con and stuff like that. Like, you know, are you doing what you're doing because you were told that's how you're supposed to do it, or because that's actually how you want to do it? And have you thought enough about? Have you thought enough to question those people, or even question yourself?
For somebody coming into this game with the pockets, right? How much do you feel like it's important to know the person you're spending your money with? Like, you know, because I always believe in you vote with your dollar, right?
Yeah.
And there's some people who stay relevant in this game who are the most piece of shit people on earth, but people still buy shit from them. You know what I'm saying?
It's the attention, man.
But from I feel like if some people knew better, they wouldn't, though. You know?
Yeah, but you don't know better until it happens to you most of the time.
Amen. God damn. Or all the time.
Or it keeps happening to you.
Or it just keeps happening. Period.
You might be like, oh man, this person's great because they have a YouTube and this and that. And you know, I mean, that happened to me when I was younger. There's a guy who's still a prominent YouTuber. I saw what he was doing. I loved it. And I bought some animals, and they were in bad shape. They had eye problems. This guy would not take care of it. They had a disease that was lifelong. That obviously was harbored at the facility, and it soured me on the experience, on the person, on this entire kind of type of reptile. Like, it was terrible. And I was going off of the reputation that they were portraying for themselves online that ended up being very different than who that actual person was. And that sucked to me, especially being young and having somebody who's kind of like a role model, having that person let you down so much sucks. But it's the reality of this game where most of the people who are on the forefront are only doing so because it can help pad their pocket.
I saw a comment on one of our one of our unfiltered episodes. I'll never forget it. And I think it was an episode with Barchek involved, and it was something that was said in the sense of where your heroes will become your worst enemy, like meaning the people that you feel like your heroes, and the ones that you rally the most for will be the ones that you want to fucking tear down the most at one point, and not that Bart, it sounds fucking weird. Like I'm not relating that to Barchek whatsoever. It was just on a Barchek episode on Unfiltered, because at the end of the day, I already know Barchek's not perfect. But I give Barchek the credit for having the balls to wanting to do something that nobody else is doing, for one thing. And at the end of the day, bro, like, I mean, no matter what you say, anyone has to say, Barchek is who Barchek is to me. I'll ride or die for that motherfucker. I love Lori. I love fucking Noah. But I don't know, man. I feel like we have to always think bigger than what we're thinking. And I know that Animal Con or Animal Influencer Con is not going to be what I feel like it's going to be without people like you there, and other people I respect, like Cody and Pia. You know what I'm saying? Like, having people like that a part of the panel is something that I will fucking bust my phone out and record, and I will put that shit out on a platform. That's the shit that people need to just be a part of, and it could spread. We all know when Cody starts talking, it's game over. You know what I'm saying? Fuck the time limit. It's over. You know what I'm saying? So, and even you, Steven, get you started, it's over. So, the fact that I have friends that I look up to in the animal game, such like you guys, I would love to have a part of what I love. And I love Barchek, and I love what he's doing. But I also love you, Desiree, all the above, and what you guys are doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm bringing some legend-ass arboreal keepers to Barchek's next month. I'm not going to spill the beans who it is, but the fact that I get to bridge that means everything to me. If I could bridge more shit to what Barchek's trying to do, which gets the outsiders' attention, if I could get more fucking kids to hear what Stephen Kush is all about, that's what I'm all about, bro. Period. So,
and I'm all for it. I think it's it's the way of the future, but it doesn't come without weeding out the bad ones.
But listen, at the end of the day, you hear that the bad ones will weed themselves out at some point. And I can tell you right now,
when the people who are promoting these events are promoting the bad ones, that process becomes really hard.
But check this out. Let's talk about the reality of me being super nervous having a podcast. Last time I had Barchek on a show other than actual virtually, like internet wise, I had a remote podcast with him after Tinley last year, and I was really nervous because I wanted to ask him, like, why do you still fucking represent Jay? Like, why do you tag him and shit? Or like, why? And he had no shame into saying that the only reason why he makes that shit what it is because he makes himself look better. Like Jay, like you see Jay doing the shit that he does, and then you see Barchek. Barchek looks like a fucking saint. Especially if you go to his place, go to Jay's place, go to Prehistoric Death. Go to Prehistoric Death. Guarantee it. Go to the breeder section. And then go to fucking Barchek's and inspect the shit of that place. It's a whole nother fucking ball game. It's a whole nother ball game, bro.
Yeah,
but
you need to do that though. I mean,
I don't believe it. Listen,
but
at the end of the day, bro, if listen, Kush, if you know how we are, bro, we fuck with each other and we have a big, powerful platform. If you were a piece of shit keeper, like if you neglected your chondros or monitors or whatever, and you're my boy, fuck the platform. I'm coming at you, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, change your shit up. And that's what I wish what would happen on that end of the spectrum. But, bro, cash rules everything around me. Cream. That YouTube world is no joke, bro. It's no joke. It sucks, but it's reality.
Yeah,
it's no joke.
Until some of those people who have that stronghold in the YouTube world, like the Barcheks, until they start regulating their own kind, we're fucked.
Well, listen, the fact that they're inviting people like me gives me an opportunity. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And guess who's a part of my team? Stephen Kush. You feel me? I need you there. Andrew, I need you to strap up your air Kaufmans, okay? I need you to put your Peru trips aside for one weekend, okay? I need to see my team there. We'll be all right. We'll have our own Q&A. I'll fucking, I don't want to be weird, but we'll attract the children. Hey, yo. Okay, listen. Okay. Wow, just shy of 4 hours deep. I have a wrap-up question, okay? Before we get into some hot seat questions, because I have some renewed hot seat questions for Stephen Kush. Stephen, bro, a lot of people want to know what the future holds for you, but more importantly, what's happening currently, like relationship-wise, with not only the company, but what's up with you and Desiree? Like, are you guys business partners? Is there any relationship involved? A lot of people have not concerns, but they just want to know. They want to know, like, what's up between you guys. I'm just curious.
No, we're very close. Obviously, being friends and being in business together is difficult. I've experienced that now on a few different occasions, and personal things can bleed into business. It can happen. We found a good way to kind of coexist on a business side, and personally, obviously, I care a lot about Lars. I've been around him about his whole life, and we both have different within what we do, business wise. We both have different interests, different avenues, and things to pursue, and it's creating an environment where both of those are supported. Sometimes I feel like I might be a bit overpowering with some of the projects we get into and shit like that, and there's all these scrub pythons and stuff, but I think there's a balance to be struck, and I think I try to always work towards that, and be as good of a friend, business partner, just cohort as possible. We have a lot of things that there's a big future here, I hope, and a lot of things that we want to do, avenues to pursue that we haven't really gone down the rabbit hole on yet, and none of that happens without without cohesion of the team, with us, even beyond that, with Chris, with Jade, with anyone else who is involved with us. It's all, at the end of the day, it'll come down to teamwork, accountability with each other, and and then willingness to self-reflect. I've had times where I've had to basically sit myself down and be like, hey, I feel like I've been selfish, or I've been too self-centered or self-serving on an issue or another, and then take accountability, look it in the face, proclaim, accept when you're wrong, and but then actually do something about it. So,
oh yeah, fuck yeah, man. I mean, I feel like at the end of the day, your growth depends on what you really believe in. And you just, I don't know, man. I just see you. What's been happening a part of your life the last few years is just the beginning of what's to come, because a lot of the shit that's now happening is stuff that you're now able to show. I mean, like, you were able to show your clutch finally. Like, and think about, like, God bless, we have Andrew, who you were at 3 years ago, like, not wanting to show stuff. By the way, Andrew Acevedo has a scrub clutch. He has a scrub clutch. He has a scrub clutch. Oh my God. But anyways, and it's pretty
he likes to claim that he hasn't posted it when he's posted these animals on a number of occasions.
Out there.
Andrew, come on, like, just.
But anyways, you've come a long ways, and it's just now start to happening. I feel like the best scenario anyone could be is being around people who believe in them. Desiree definitely believes in you, and obviously you have Chris. You have his wife. You have a team that really fucks with you, Stephen. And I feel like that's what's important. You got to keep that solid. You need to keep that grounded, but you also need to keep yourself happy. You know what I'm saying?
And everybody around me, primarily Desiree. I'll give her, all the credit in the world. She didn't need to keep this going.
No, she didn't. She could have done a lot of different things. She could easily.
Yeah, but
love you, Desiree.
And part of why it's around still is, not exclusively, but part of it was that she believed in me, and I don't take that for granted for a second.
100%.
And it's my responsibility, I feel like now, to prove to her that it was a worthwhile decision for her in the long run, because this is not the only path for her, for me, for any of us. And I'd like to think that I've been on the way to proving that it was worth it. From Cold-Blooded Cafe side to stuff with the reptiles, how we've changed our collection. She didn't need to go in with me on all these scrub pythons. It was not, that wasn't a requirement. But
I mean, if I'm not going to sit here and speak for Desiree, but she's also not an idiot. She saw what you were bringing to the table, bro. You know what I'm saying? And Desiree knew that the only way she could keep this shit afloat, the way she's keeping it right now, is if she had somebody like you keeping this shit the way it was. And that's just what it comes down to. You guys helped each other, and I feel like the fact that you guys are still fucking with each other to the end of this shit, who knows where this might take you guys, but business partners is what the hardest thing is to keep, and you guys are making that happen. You guys are the ones that are making that happen, in a sense. You guys know how to keep that afloat, and that's the hardest thing to do. And
it's not easy. And
no, it's not easy. Fuck no, it's not.
It's it comes down to the deriving value from the situation. I mean, in no circumstance can one person accomplish what a group can, but a group can destroy something a whole lot faster than an individual can, or a group can completely collapse. And no, there's been times where I felt like we're on, not even just between me and Desiree, but like everything, was on the teeter-totter edge of fully falling into total shit. But we're still here, and I guess all you can really do is learn from your mistakes, take accountability for yourself, and continue to try to be the best version of who you are.
We got 4 hours of straight fire, but nobody was even informed about the type of shit that you guys really gone through, like the really bottom gruddy shit that you guys had to crawl out of to be where you're at. And not that it's anyone's business, but still, that's what made you guys what you guys are today. Like Forrest did not leave you guys behind a fucking goddamn paradise. Like, you guys had to rebuild, and it took you guys sticking together to make this shit happen and keep the legacy afloat. And the legacy's stronger more than it ever has been. Let's just say that, okay? And I'm proud of you two, man. Like, that's all because of you guys, like, together. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, to say Cold-Blooded Cafe is my sponsor, I hold that shit with pride, like literally with pride. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, and it means a lot to me that you would, you feel that way. And yeah, I'm not here for a pity party, or to be like, oh, you did so good, but yeah, everything was pretty terrible for a while. Dealing with mental, emotional trauma, with
everything, all the above.
A couple of weeks after Forrest passed, COVID hit, and the world is all is in frenzy. I'm worried that I gotta lock myself in the fucking snake room and live here, because I won't be able to travel from home to work to take care of my animals. Like, there was a lot that was super stressful. Just the rodent company. There's so much. Making sure the animals get taken care of. Is our staff going to stay with us? Like,
fuck. Keeping a think about everything you're saying and keeping a staff above all, bro. Like, what the fuck? Like, oh my god, I just can't even think of it, bro. Like, so and then that's the hardest part of all of this is people. We've had great people, we've had mediocre people, we've had people turn on us, we've had the ups and downs, we've had relationships we were forced to let go of that we never thought we wanted to.
And
and what's crazy is like we could commend the people that leave honorably. Okay,
Yeah.
like we understand that this is not a good fit for you because it's not, like hello, like you got to be one of us to understand what you're doing. You know what I'm saying? But the people to leave and try to fucking take down what you love, like that's another thing too. Like you know what I mean? Like Steven, oh, it broke my heart. I still have this video, not that I watch it a lot. But the video of you going live, not you posting a story when you guys got robbed or when they broke into your fucking, you were so mad. I've never seen that kind of upset of Steven. And that just reminded me how easy shit could switch. And luckily, things have not happened since then.
Yeah.
But fuck, bro, like you guys going from employees breaking into your fucking goddamn barn, breaking shit, letting shit loose. Like, dude, like, what the fuck? Who sleeps at night after that? Like, I would be fucked.
Yeah. No, I mean, I can confidently say I didn't get a good night's sleep for about a year and a half.
I went through PTSD just based off your story because I'm like, dude, Steven's never been this lit. Like, he's full MJ right now, like to the max. Like, I've never seen this. And you wanted to kill whoever the fuck did. I could see it. I could see it in your eyes. But then it was also scary because, like, for somebody to get you that upset is like, holy shit. And then you sent me video footage of what they did. And that was like, oh man, like, is this what this guy's up against? And luckily, you're at where you're at, but people don't really know. And that's a percentage of the shit you and Desiree have gone through building this shit, man. It's just, people need to realize sacrifices, bro. Sacrifices.
It's not a pity party or whatever, but
but it's fucking, but honestly, it's also not just handed to you either. Like, as much as people probably look at you guys as being as a big a company, you know how much sacrifices go in to being where you guys are at right now and to this day? Like, it sucks. It sucks being this good at something. It really does. It's terrible. It's really the pressure. It sucks. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, it's super high pressure. I'm extremely lucky, blessed, however you want to say it, to be able to do what I do, especially being so young. I've definitely had incredible opportunities come my way that that other people haven't been afforded, and I don't take that for granted, even slightly.
And also, Steven, you should realize how easy it is, or how many people have been in your position that just fuck it over. Like, there's a godsend, I believe, to where as mature as you are, like, you're a different individual, bro. Like, to me, like, it's the opposite. Like, you've taken care of me more than I've taken care of you, although I've taken care of your ass too. But I'm just saying, like, it's weirdly different the way we have a relationship, but at the end of the day, it is what it is. Like, you're in this position for a specific reason. You know what I mean? Like, you experience shit just as Andrew has as a young age, to where not a lot of people have. I didn't. Like, you know what I'm saying? I didn't see shit the way you guys saw it at this age. That's a gift to have. When you're that young and you can see these animals the way we see it now, bro. Oh my God, and that, I mean, I don't know, bro. Like, I feel like that's the goal of my end, to be honest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I mean, again, another, stroke of good luck. Like, I found the reptile industry when I was 9 years old, and from pretty early, from there on out, I watched very closely, and it sucked early on because, I was like, I want to be taken seriously, and no one's taking this 9-10-year-old kid seriously walking down a reptile show, with my mom. And, in hindsight, it's like, I understand. But, and not that I put a chip on my shoulder or anything, but, like, I had something to prove to myself and to, the rest of the community that, I'm about it like the rest of you. If not, I want to say more. I've had some pretty privileged opportunities along the way that, I think people can see and resent a bit. But one thing that I can say is that for everything for every stroke of luck, there was an infinite amount of hard work and sacrifice that had to go along with seeing that through, that I don't think anyone really sees. That I don't need credit for. But it's not easy. None of this is easy. It's super stressful, but it's worth it to me. I love it. It's what I've always wanted to do. It's what I want to continue to do, and every day it's just keeping your head on straight. When the inspiration or the drive isn't there, finding what it takes to make it through that day. When you're in a stretch of time where you're not feeling the love of the animals the way that you do at your best, finding a way to handle that and to not compromise the animals in the process, because they didn't ask for you to not be feeling it that day.
Or if you're like Andrew in the mountains of Peru, just take it one air Kaufman at a time. You feel me? Just one strap.
Day by day, as they say.
Strap by strap. Hey, bro, listen, 4 hours went by pretty quick. I'm not going to lie. This has been an amazing episode.
I told you before.
Easily. And if I wasn't so hungry, if I wasn't getting so many texts by Lily right now, probably would at least go 4.5. But I think we already surpassed Cody Bartolini's episode, so we're good. We're in a good place.
As long as that timestamp says 4 when we log off, I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.5 minutes. I think we can make it.
Well, we still have hot seat questions, and then you have to say an outro we had up to 70 plus people tapped in at one point. So I think we'll make the 4 hour mark. So here we go. Hot seat questions coming in hot for Stephen Kush. You ready for this?
Yes.
All right, here we go. Hot seat questions coming at you. If it came down to breeding only one, is it bar necks or Highlands?
Bar necks.
Frozen thought or live?
Pre-killed.
No, stop. Frozen thought or live?
Frozen thought. coldweathercafe.com. $30 private shipping.
Egg cut or no cut?
Egg cut after first pip.
Okay. What about after what day? Doesn't matter. What pit? Okay. Red Chondro Neo, yellow Chondro Neo.
Red.
Emerald or Chondro?
Basin.
Ooh. So emerald. Because emerald's a basin. Yay import. Yay imports or boo imports?
Yay.
Pre first shed meal, post first shed meal.
Pre.
If it came down to importing one reptile around the world to your collection right now, no matter what it is, what would it be?
King Horneye, Australian scrubs.
I knew it. What about one reptile nobody should ever import ever? Leave it the fuck alone. Don't touch it.
Sulcata tortoises. What the fuck?
Thank God. That's how I want people's answers to be. People will be like, I don't recall. Like, what the? Leave the tortoises alone, motherfuckers. Do you not see the fucking people getting put in federal prison for that shit? Leave the turtles alone. Sorry. Yeah, big flexor, no flexor.
Nah, no flex.
Scrub for the first time keeper, scrub for not the first time keeper.
Oh, not first time keeper. No, definitely not.
Steak or fish?
Steak or fish? Steak.
Favorite steakhouse of all time?
Ooh.
Take your time.
Oh man.
Just kidding. 5 seconds. 4, 3,
Favorite steakhouse.
2.
Capitol Grill in Chicago.
You better take me there next time. Favorite side with a steak?
Cream corn.
Favorite Ken Kush band of all time?
The Clash.
Nice. Respect. Favorite Kush rapper of all time?
Lil Baby.
West Coast rap or East Coast rap?
Can I draw a line between like Atlanta, Memphis, and Chicago?
I mean, Atlanta's considered East Coast in my book. So if you go Atlanta, you're
all right. Well, then East Coast.
Little word association. First thing to come to mind. Reptile shipping.
Stress.
Milk.
Every time we all just decide to say titties, so let's just go titties.
Substrate.
Cocoa chip.
Stuck shed.
Damn.
First time chondro keeper.
I wish you luck.
First time scrub python breeder.
Scrub python breeder. Hey.
Instagram trolls.
Who cares?
If you had to get rid of one species in the hobby to work with, what would it be? The most less cared in Kush's world. The number one, like, who gives a shit? Fucking, like for me, it would be Rosie Boa. But I'm just saying, like,
ouch. Nah, Rosie Boas are fucking great.
They're fucking ugly. Don't get me wrong. That shit's ugly. Sorry. Too many other cool shit out there.
Damn, man. This is a very difficult question.
I purposely, strategically do this. And by the way, we're at our 4-hour mark, just so you know.
Yeah. All right. One species to get rid of.
Come on, bro. Let's go. You already have it on the top of your head. You're scared to say it.
Green iguana.
Okay, fine. It's perfect. Leave that shit in the freezer. Listen, in the books, there you go. 4-hour record-breaking trap talk with Stephen Kush. Stephen, we had over 70 people tapped in at one point. How many likes we got? Goddamn, 83 likes in the book. What do you have to say to everyone out there who really got something out of this episode? Somebody out there who really inspired by what they heard today. What do you have to say to anyone out there?
I mean, I just, I hope this wasn't annoying. I hope that my rantings are some positive impact. At the end of the day, it's all about the animals for me, and supporting the community that does right by the animals, and just promoting people doing it well, calling out people who do it wrong, unifying the industry, fighting the powers that be, and just creating longevity and always innovating. I think there's so much left to do in the realm of reptiles that will take longer than we have time to see. I want to be able to, I want to know that this will all come to fruition, and that the vision that I have for what this industry could be, eventually we might see it happen.
At the end of the day, it's okay to say that you fucked up. It's okay to say that, like, man, how I did things was not right. Just evolve. Like, just fucking just, move on. Like figure out the way to become better at what you're doing. And that's what it comes down to.
Yep.
I hope you guys loved this episode, because I know I did. Stephen Kush, episode 238 in the books. Have a good night, everybody. Stephen, you have a good night.
You as well, sir.
I appreciate you. For anyone out there looking for exclusive content, go to the link below, join my Patreon, and you can get tapped into the Soundcheck Chronicles. All right, we are tapping out. We will catch you guys next time. Stephen, Unfiltered Reptile Podcast coming back or not? Can we please bring it back? What do we have to do? Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back. Come on. We need more. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. Okay.
We'll talk about it.
Have a good night. Hit that like button. Drop a comment. Hit that subscribe button. We'll catch you guys next time. Cheers.